Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023 live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Watkins Glen, as you can see, plays host to the final round today at the southern tip of the Seneca Lake that was known as around the world as the home of the Formula One United States Grand Prix, which it hosted for 20 consecutive years. In addition, the site has also become home to road racing of nearly every class, including the World Sports Car Championship, Trans Am, Cam-Am, NASCAR Cup Series, the IMSA Series, and also IndyCar. Just over 5.5 kilometers in length with only 11 turns. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me, Jesse Lee on single duties. And now we have Ash Bibby behind the cameras. And of course, a big hello to our live stewards. Welcome back, everyone.
Hello, John. Welcome back. We do apologize for the tiny technical glitch. If you're watching us on Twitch, you didn't see nothing. Nothing happened. Everything was seamless. If you are watching us on YouTube, there was a little bit of a hiccup. YouTube does that from time to time. As we swap broadcasters, it decided to kill the stream instantaneously for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Twitch doesn't have that particular limitation, so you didn't notice anything. So if you did notice something, we do apologize for the change in stream. If you didn't notice anything, how are you? Are you having a nice day? Well, some of these drivers are trying to have a nice day, and we'll see if they continue to do so. Martin Lawrence, who we were with for a little period of the time when we were away on break, has been making some serious headway. They've gotten by DeCampo, and they've caught all the way back up to the Alpha Sim Sport car, currently driven by American driver Clifford at 224. That is for a top 5 here. Max Wajna for Hymo leads the race, still has the quickest lap. It enjoys a 7.2 second lead. That's important because before the pit stop, it was over 10, now down to 7.5. And the other important thing you can see on the board, John, we are going to get some dry running in 30 minutes time, nothing but cloud cover.
Yeah, so the McLeod, ironically named team, the Sundance they've been doing, seems to have been working wonders. We've slowly gotten away from the wet weather into the cloudy stage of the day. So hopefully we can get some dry running under our belts and, of course, make teams think about their tyre pressures rather than running what the meta was discovered this week, shall we say. Of course, watching that out front, but literally as soon as I looked at his name, Jesse Lee, drive-through penalty has just popped up for Hymo. Of course, SPHE Motorsport within 6.5 seconds. We said it, didn't we? In the first 10 minutes of the race, the only undoing of Hymo will be themselves. And it's happened.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stewards' reports. I'm getting a big shake of the head and arms in the air from Ms. McConnell. That tells me one thing has occurred, and that is not a steward penalty for Hymo. That is track limits, folks. Less than 2 hours into this race, it's bit the leader and quite clearly the dominant car. But you'll notice I said there were 7.5 seconds ahead. It's down to 3.3. I think that car's had an incident.
Yeah, there's rear end damage on that car, Jesse. If you look at the back, you can see some paint missing off the black painted section in the middle. The purple wrap is a little bit scuffed up as well. So potentially some rear end aero damage, as we saw Wajna there get very loose into turn. He'll bring it down the pit lane this time by, but he won't. Looks like a connection issue maybe on this one. What's happened here?
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. A little bit of that going on right here. In that case, we'll go to standby here. We'll talk to you just a little bit as we sort that out a little bit. That was not any of that happening. That seems to be on our end as far as we can tell. A little bit of a humorous error here with us in the broadcast. But one thing's for sure, that drive-through for Hymo was absolutely legitimate, and they're forced to, whether they already have or they may do in the very near future, but they will have to come down to serve that in the next 3 laps. That will forfeit the lead. The question becomes, how far back does Hymo go, and can they and do they have enough time to get back to the front?
Yeah, so just looking to my my in-game that I've got behind the broadcast screen at the moment. Hymo are still out there, still circulating around. There is big, heavy rear end damage on that car, so we'll have to bring you an update when we do get it. Of course, we're back with you now. Live pictures as they come out of turn 7 of the over the top of the hill of the boot, should we say? On that one, of course, Shea 2.4 seconds to the good now, so Hymo definitely struggling with some pace somewhere along the line. We need to find out what happened on that one, but you know, nothing that we could find at the moment. Odox Motorsport in P3, Limitless Speed Drivers in P4, and then Alpha Sim Sport in P5, with of course the RCI Esports Blue entry in P6. Thomas Enger in 7th. Then we've got the SSR Blue entry in P8, along with the De Jong Alila entry in P9, and then Rebound Racing in P10 overall on that one. Meanwhile, Christian Lindgren getting close to the back of Joe Dorber. These two no stranger to racing each other. They've been doing just that in the Geneta Cup for the past 5 weeks on a Monday here with us at RCI. Of course, racing under their representative teams of Sim Brothers Racing and, of course, the Rebound Racing entry. Being a bit of a rear gunner to his teammate Nico Kumpu was Joe Dorber in last Monday's race. You can still catch that broadcast over on the RCI YouTube. Of course, all the races are live in the live in the essence, should we say, and the VODs do stay up for an eternity. So if you do want to watch back any of your races or anything that you might have missed here at RCI, you can do so on the YouTube channel. And you know, fantastic stuff if you do want to get involved as well. RaceRCI.com is where you can find all of our events at any given time or day, and of course get signed up and get qualified as well. We do have the RCI, the RCI. Sorry, what was I saying? The iRacing event announced last night. Of course, the Daytona 2.4 hours. Get your names down for that one. That's in preparation, of course, for the official iRacing 24. We've also got the AMS2 event coming on this Monday. That's Nordschleife with GT3 cars. And if you're saying, oh John, but I don't own the Nordschleife in AMS2, what can I do? Well, you can sign up for it, because all you've got to do is join a server where somebody owns the content. So our event admin, of course, Tim Ireland, owns the content. He can pass that down to you, and you too can race AMS2 here at RCI. It's going to be a mixed weather scenario. Some parts are going to be wet, some parts are going to be dry, as we see the Hymo entry down towards the yellow line. And looked like SPH cut it very closely to the Hymo car as they came down the lane. They've instantly pulled over in the first box, so I'm wondering if they are going to retire the car this afternoon. Time will tell. We'll have to see if Max Washington stays on the timing tower, or whether he will suddenly disappear out of view. But Tim Ireland has kindly passed that down to you, so if you do want to run the Nordschleife AMS2, you can do so on Monday, so get your name down for that one. We're being told to turn on a keybind for the headlights and wipers, because there's no automatic as such in ACC. We do also have the Saturday Night Owl, of course, rounds out this week, next weekend, sorry, and the Wednesday's Team Championship also rounds out next Wednesday. So if you do want to get your name down for that one, do so over on the website. And Donington Formula 3, of course, December 14th in iRacing. Again, if you want to get involved in that one, sign up still open, and that'll be a really fun combo, I can only imagine. Max Washner has trundled down the pit lane. He is back out on circuit. Number 221 down in the bus stop at the moment. Just wait for the timing tower to kind of update to figure out how many positions they have tumbled down. But I believe we're about through the first sector, Jesse. So P3 is where the Hymo car will now remain. 14 seconds to the good on the Limitless Speed Driver car behind.
It just goes to show how far out in front a lot of these front-running cars were. They were able to scoot away. Keep in mind, there's a huge battle, remember, in the first hour for P2. And then after that happened, then there was still a battle for P3, 4, and 5. So all these cars slowed each other up. The only one that wasn't was the Tavinza Hacker 221. He was in the Hymo car at the time. So in a weird way, Max may have picked up that penalty. They've been gifted something here because the field got so compacted with all the battles up inside the top 10. Didn't hurt them too bad. Yeah, they're more than 18 seconds back. They're 25, 26 seconds behind the leader, Shea, now. But all things considered, they're still on the podium. That just shows you how strong their opening was. Took the lead in the first corner and didn't really look back. So hopefully now we can chart the progress and see if they can continue to make up some time, though they did lose in that sector to Jimenez. Lost another couple of tenths. You got to worry about stuff like that. You get a drive-through penalty. You have a couple of bad laps. The car was a little squirrely as well. Maybe they backed it into the wall, did Wajda. We don't know. The only part of that car, the Hymo Lamborghini, that had damage was the back of the car. Hard to tell if that was back marker contact, though I think we would have saw that if that was the case. We didn't. So we're kind of forced to believe it was a half spin, maybe got up on a wet curb, a little over exuberant on the throttle, maybe backed it into a wall. But your guess is as good as ours up here. But definitely got a drive through, lost a bunch of time. I would hazard the guess that those two things were quite related, and now losing time for Hymo, not exactly how they expected this stint to go.
Just coming back on my own replay, Jesse, going through the bus stop, lap 57. Wojna hooked a lot of the last inside curb, should we say, turning right, of course. Got a weird bounce. Rear end of the car went up in almost Ferrari 458 fashion, should we say, and unfortunately spun round, and the rear of the car connected dead on straight with the wall. So if anything's going to be damaged on that car, it will be all of the rear wing, splitter, diffuser kind of area. So that's not going to be driving too pleasantly, of course, with a drive-through penalty. You unfortunately cannot take any tyres, fuel, or repair any damage. So essentially, Wojna's going to have to ride that one out now till the next cycle of pit stops. We're about 15 minutes or so away from that. So it's going to be a very painful quarter of an hour for Max Wojna. He's probably going to be thankful to probably hand the car over to Felix Tarzmina Hacker. Only two of them in the car this afternoon. There's a lot of two-car entries. Maximum we're seeing is 4 from the number 116 camp, but I believe one of their drivers does have a PC issue today, so will not be taking the seat in the car unless they can get that fixed. Of course, that's gonna mean a penalty for them come the end of the race. But meanwhile, currently Rebound Racing and of course the Sim Brothers entry, again, we said on earlier, no stranger to battling each other in various guises, whether it be, you know, Joe Dorber, Christian Lindgren, or one of the Nordqvists, and Nico Gumpu, of course, very capable drivers, or Carlos Calatayud even for Rebound Racing. We saw him carving through the field last time by in the Ginetta series. It got a little bit of traffic ahead of him. This could be the spanner in the works that Sim Brothers needs. And if it is, then of course they will fire that McLaren up the inside. Meanwhile, in the background, we've got De Jong and Matthias. This is a battle for 11 and 12th. Of course, Matthias in the last pit stop, the N&M competition, boys possibly sharing crews with the Schumi Skins entry, decided to dump some dry tyres on a very still damp and wet track. Unfortunately, not the call to be making at that time, so back down the lane they came, shuffled down the order once again, so they're clawing their way back up. Such a shame, Jesse, after an excellent start that they had.
Yeah, it is a shame whenever you have a great start and all of a sudden you fall back and you've got penalties, and if it can happen to you, it can happen to anyone. And that's the thing. A lot of teams, they need a cheerleader. They need somebody in their corner. Like, look, not all drivers are suited to being the team cheerleader, but you need one. In this case for N&M, it's got to be somebody in their corner telling them, happened to us, it's happened to Hymo, it's going to happen to a lot of other cars. There's still 4 hours left. We just got to clean up our racing, get some positions, exactly what they're trying to do to De Jong right here. Get back up through the field, maybe get fortunate with somebody else getting a penalty, maybe it'll all equal out, get us a decent finish here. But for N&M competition, that's a fast car currently driven by Corvin Matthias, and they're not in the position they should be. It's so easy to dwell on stuff like that, but you cannot beat yourself down. You got to know, look, the weather's going to change. We're going to have a period of dry. It's going to come back in a little bit as well. A lot of things are changing here. Got to keep your head in the game. And every team needs to have we'll say a psychiatrist, if you will. Just somebody they can talk to, somebody that's with them every step of the way. And unfortunately, not all teams have those things, but at this level, you'd have to imagine they would. And rather unfortunately, I've just seen that the McLeod car, driven by Uri, who was with us earlier, Svinček in the car now, has just received another drive-through penalty.
Yeah, I literally saw that as you were you were saying your piece there, Jesse. Looking to the stewards again, everybody shaking their heads very blankly at us, so nothing, unfortunately, from them. That is an in-game penalty given to them by track limits once again. The number 41 displaying a yellow flag currently as well, so not sure what's happened there. Just a couple of corners back from where we are now with Jotovic. They are back underway. White flag being shown for the meantime. The 224 will go through, and they will resume underway again. Hopefully no hardware issues this time for Svenček. Of course, we did hear just a few races ago, of course, the force feedback on his wheel giving up, but he still persevered on that one. So a capable pair of hands if you do need a man in a car. He has let Martin Lawrence through. They were speaking earlier about maybe getting a BMW up on the podium at some point, but Lawrence still in line of stern with Clifford just behind him. So the maybe working together just to see if they can minimize any time loss given to each other. Of course, it's one of those things, isn't it, in endurance racing, Jesse? We spoke about it earlier, just choosing your battles, and Svenček comes down the pit lane to instantly serve that penalty. And be very careful on the speed limiter, because we've seen it, haven't we? Many a time, driver comes down the lane for a track limits infringement, leaves the pit lane with a speeding penalty as well. So an extra trip down the pit lane the following lap, but nothing to be had there. And meanwhile, Lawrence is through on Clifford. That's happened down into turn one, but it looks like Clifford is sniffing at the back of the M4. It's certainly not over as we head down to the inner loop. Of course, the big brick-shaped BMW versus the slender Lamborghini tucking in behind the slipstream. Clifford not alongside enough to get a move up the inside. Single file through the bus stop they go. All is good. Everybody staying off the curb, but you can really see that dry line forming. And although it is dry in the next 10 minutes, Jesse, rain again in 30. So it's going to be a very unpredictable window. Let's have a race replay of what happened here. I think the move was already signed, sealed, and delivered. This is going down into the bus stop. So Lawrence had faith that the power plant of that M4 was just enough to pull ahead of the Raging Bull, but of course, Clifford still within earshot. He can still take this position back. So Lawrence is going to have to get focused and knuckle down and see if he can really drive away from the number 224.
You almost kind of hope, if you're Clifford, that Martin does drive away. And I'm just saying, from a little bit of experience and a lot of observation, Martin Lawrence is not a driver I want to have to overtake. He's going to make it real difficult. Martin Lawrence, and for those of you that watch any form of stock car racing, he is Martin Lawrence is as close to Ryan Newman as you can possibly get. Ryan Newman, the Rushville Rocket, known in stock car racing for being the most annoying driver to overtake. He doesn't race you hard. He doesn't race you hard. He doesn't race you bad. He doesn't race you illegally. But he somehow finds a way to make a car 8 lanes wide. It's just impossible to pass him. Martin Lawrence is similar to that. He's just so annoying to try and have to pass. And I mean that with all the love and conviction in the world. But Martin's not a guy I want to have to go out on a racetrack and make a pass on. And in a weird way, Clifford's just kind of hoping he doesn't get held up here. Obviously, the BMW is trending toward the front. Clifford's doing a great job. His lap times are fine in the 224. It's just that Martin's on a little bit of a charge right here.
So the Alila car as well, down pit lane. I'm sure De Jong was aboard that car just a moment ago. Alila now back into the Mercedes. They've slipped down into P17. Of course, a few slower cars ahead. I say slow. Chris Picker is anything but in the Schumi Skins at 911, and I think he's got the 669 just ahead there as well. Meanwhile, Jotovic coming under fire from a little bit of traffic fighting around him. That's the Sim Brothers entry. Christian Lindgren and Matthias very close together indeed. So something's happened to Lindgren, and we've lost the back of Joe Dorber for Rebound Racing just ahead. So again, not sure what happened there. Meanwhile, Jotovic stop go 30. Can only assume that's going to be for speeding in the pit lane, Jesse, because last lap he served a drive-through penalty, and we were literally just saying this with the McLeod BMW. The last thing you want to do is speed in the pit lane, and unfortunately that is what has happened to Jotovic in the number 29. So their day's gone from bad to worse.
Well, he certainly had a drive-through penalty, and just as you said it earlier on, we saw the 41 of McLeod come down, and you mentioned it, John. the last thing and the easy thing to happen here is a huge dive from Corvin in an M, and he's given the inside. Christian Lindgren doesn't turn in, doesn't want the contact, and that has allowed Matthias to get through for N&M competition. What a dive. I thought that was surely going to end in contact, and it did not end in contact. What an overtake. What a move. And you have to worry what would have happened if Lindgren wouldn't have given the space, but they did. And just yet another example of hard racing between two different cars that led to no contact and an overtake made. And there's a lot of give and take today. You wouldn't expect that for a season finale, but that is what we've been afforded here on the racetrack. But going back to my original point, John, you mentioned it yourself. Oh, no! And just as soon as it was looking up for N&M competition, they go wide in turn number 1, and that's a drive-through penalty for car 146 for track limits. And for the third time, I'm going to try and make my point. John just got done saying how a drive-through can quite easily turn into a stop-go 30. And we've seen one happen to Yatovic in the 29, and it is literally as easy as it is. The track in the condition it is also doesn't help matters. You can easily slide, even more so than usual, and it's a day, and I can feel it. With a little bit less than 4 hours to go, we're in for a war of attrition today.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be the war of attrition with the drive-through penalties, the stop-go 30s being handed out left, right, and centre. Just a few laps ago on the radar, I saw the Shumi Skins number 911 decide to pirouette around as they came out of turn 9 onto the NASCAR section, essentially. Reading the World Tour chat, they did suffer a puncture at that stage, which is why they found themselves backwards. So it's a first for them, apparently. They've never suffered one before. So yeah, very interesting indeed as we see big slides. Olila sliding as well as Chris Picker through turn 1, and Picker manages to get up the inside. This isn't even for position, Jesse. Chris Picker's all the way down in P19. Olila in P16 for Geordie Sus Racing, but the number 911 certainly wants to get a move on at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not Sinkowski. Sinkowski's down the pit lane behind Olila, so to speak. That's definitely a lap car, but scary moment there for Otto Olila. If you're Geordie Sus Racing, that gets your attention real quick as the rain has officially stopped here. We know we're going to have at least 10 minutes of dry. It'll probably be a little bit more than 10 minutes of dry considering how the weather pattern is, but it's going to come back in. It's going to do a little bit of light rain, and then it's going to go right back to medium rain. So no short shower here, and even if it is a short shower, it is going to soak this track again. I can't imagine any of these oh, this is such a bad time for it too. I just realized pit stops due in another 6 minutes time by another 6 minutes. Everyone's going to have to come in. The track's going to be dry, and this is a classic damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if you go out there on dries, you're going to have to come back in and make another stop anyway and put wet tires on, presumably. If you put another set of Pirelli wet weather tires on, you're going to go out there, you're going to overheat the heck out of them, you're going to wear them to a point where you get the best out of it when it's dry, and that's not good. And you're going to be out there skating around no matter what your tire pressure is. It's not going to be particularly good. I think the only thing that you can do, knowing some of the tricks you can do with the tire, I think you got to put the wet tires on and just hope that the pressure trick works on worn wet tires still.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? It's like you say, Jesse, you're kind of damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. Of course, with this situation, would you rather have overheating wets? Again, look to the radar, top right hand side of your screen. The 10 minutes of rain is getting heavier in 30, indicated by, of course, the extra streak of raindrops underneath the first set. So it is going to be heavier rain, but like you say, Jesse, it's right in that kind of awkward window, isn't it? Where 5 minutes time, it's going to be that cool for pit stops. 10 minutes time, it's going to start raining again. So do you put the dry tires on, risk, having to come back down the lane when it inevitably rains again? Or do you chuck a set of wets on and, of course, max out the pressure, like has been discussed many a time in this week, and pray that they can hold on? Of course, you've got drivers already trying to search for wetter parts of the track in the form of Jonathan Clifford and Martin Lawrence on your screen at the moment, heading all the way over to the driver's right, where you can still see some of that standing water over there. Dry line is certainly forming now, Jesse. It's going to be more of a greasy line than a damp line at the moment. You can definitely see the difference in the two, of course, all the way over to drivers left or right, depending which side we're on. The racetrack is certainly a lot wetter, but not wet enough to cool these tyres down. As we ride on board here with Jonathan Clifford, we're going to have a look at some of the hand movements that the Lamborghini driver is putting in at the moment.
Yeah.
Of course, doing a little bit of snooping. A little bit of snooping, a little bit of espionage. We can see TC3 is the choice at the moment for the Lamborghini. ABS level 2, engine map I believe 1, so that's the least of the engine braking maps in the Lamborghini, if my memory serves me correctly on that one. De Campo down the lane for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry. They pulled it a little bit earlier. Maybe they're going to try the maxing wets and see what happens on that one. It'd be good to get an insight into some of the tyre choices, obviously, for certain cars in the top end of the field. There's a good publication from James Parker of the Coach Dave Academy on this meta. He analysed many aspects of it, various weather scenarios, and basically the conclusion they drew is it is a lot quicker, but it can be quite hard to drive. So it's going to be interesting for the next 10 to 15 minutes or so before the heavens are about to open. But McLeod Sim Racing maybe stop doing that sun dance finally.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. You see a lot of cars out there with the windscreen wipers still going. Why is that? Well, the spray is still a thing, and the last thing you want on the windscreen is something to distract you. So if you're running next to somebody, you will still have that on. Cars that are out in space, you'll see, don't have it on. Manual windscreen wipers for a lot of the cars, and that was the thing that I took away from that last bit. But due to the way the rain is going to fall, you're seeing pretty much everybody maximize as much as they can. They're going to have to put the wet tires back on the car, and they're not going to have a shot at dries here today, at least at this stage in the race. So they're going to try and stay out as long as humanly possible. For some, that's a little bit more of an ask than others. You'll recall there were several early pitters that came in some of those cars inside the top 10 as well, as the former race leader, the Hymo car, Max Wajna, bringing that car down the lane. The other Lamborghini up inside the top, almost said top 5, but they're in 6 now. Clifford bringing the 224 down pit lane as well, but nearly everybody else staying out here, and they're trying to maximize. They'll be in this lap. They don't, according to my math anyway, they don't have a choice. They have to come in this very next lap. But what they're doing, what they mean to do, is to minimize the time. They're on a wet tire on a dry racetrack, and there's certainly a dry line now. It's not a suggestion, it's just a fact. There is a dry line. There is a line taking rubber. So going out there on wet tires normally would be bad, because you'd be pumping up the tire, and that would make it perform worse. But we know in the rain it's better. You're going to get a lot of tire wear, though, and that's the equation. That's part of the equation we don't know as more cars come in. Lindgren is in. Looks like Arlavi is also in. It's a huge crash here. Joe Dauber, of no fault of his own for rebound, has made contact. Was that the SSR car?
Yep.
The Steady Start Racing 33 just lost it coming out of the chicane. Nowhere to go for 5th place, Joe Dauber.
Yeah, absolutely nowhere to go, really, was there? Broadsided onto the Ferrari. Probably thought he was going to go left, Jesse. Of course, armfuls of opposite lock, dab of the brake, shifted the weight forward, and then the front just changed direction straight across the nose of Joe Dauber. So Joe, again, fully loaded into the chicane. He'd already taken his race in line. Again, any sudden inputs, lifting off, braking, sudden steering inputs to avoid it probably would have put Dauber in the wall as well. So it's a bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario there, isn't it? If you lift off, of course, mid-weight transfer, you're certainly going to fire yourself off into the wall. And, Dauber had nowhere really to go. So very unfortunate for both drivers there. Olivier Curtin will have a big impact on the side of that car. Probably plenty of damage to fix. Equally, Dauber's front end isn't going to be too pleasant on that McLaren. Again, being an ex non-Evo 720S driver, it all relies on the aero of that car. As soon as you take a knock to the front or rear, the car becomes very undrivable. It's not like other cars that generate lots of mechanical grip alongside the aero. The McLaren does rely solely on a lot of the actual wings and diffusers, fins and splitters to generate its grip. So down the lane comes Olivier Curtin and Dorber. Martin Lawrence is down the lane. We've got Brejner in the car now in the 769. Frederick Gutmann still out for the SPHE Motorsport car. That's very brave move. I think they're cutting it super close on time. I mean, we've seen them do this numerous times before, haven't we, Jesse, at various other rounds. On second thought, I think Gutmann has already come in. I mean, doing some espionage on my own side of things. He's still got 1 hour 4 minutes left of his stint, so maybe we just missed Gutmann's pit stop.
Yeah, we were watching everything else go down, and a lot of these cars have already come in. Dauber and Kierton are some of the last to come in. Dauber certainly has got to repair that damage. That was heavy contact. I wouldn't be surprised if that was 20 or more seconds on that car. Kierton, though, in as well. The steady start car, probably the same. About the same amount of damage, maybe a little bit more, but Frederick Gutmann, for the time being, in the lead. They've cycled all the way back through. They were your pole sitters, mind you, but they are back. Gutmann back behind the wheel. The car in the lead, leading Perez in the 1:21. 4.5 seconds, 4.6 if you want to be particularly exact. We have rain by my meteorological expertise, about 5 minutes away, John.
Yeah, so it's not too far away, is it, Jesse Lee? As we said, we've been keeping an eye on the radar at the top right-hand side of the screen. We can always see the cars darting for the wetter part of the track. I say wetter, it's more like a greasy part of the track now. You can really see the lighter line forming on the racing line. The darker areas, of course, still retain a little bit of moisture, but not too much. Looks like Brejner even trying to find a tiny bit of water just between turns 9 and 10, but still not a lot there to go. Corvin Mathias down the lane this time for N and M. They've worked their way up into P6, although, of course, they will tumble down the lane after the wrong tyre choice was made, unfortunately, during their first pit stop. So hopefully this time no, actually, Jesse Lee, that's a dry tyre I'm seeing on that car. That's got to be a desync, right?
What are you asking? Sorry?
On the side of the N&M car, it's a yellow sidewall. That's a dry tyre coming down the pit lane at the moment. That has to be a desync, right?
No, that's not a desync. This is their second stop, isn't it? Surely they've come in already. And
yeah,
this is the second stop.
It's showing a wet tyre on my screen. I think it's a desync, Jesse.
Oh,
you remember
okay.
they came down the lane, didn't they? The first stop they made, they chose the dry tyre.
Right,
the second stop they came in, took the wet tyre. So technically, this is their third stop at the moment.
Well, I mean, I was under the impression that maybe they went out there on dries, like made an error, and this was their second stop in this sequence, which would have been their third overall. But yeah, that's right. That was the car that had the issue before, and just a little bit of a desync on the sidewall there. That will be fixed whenever they drop the jacks on this stop. You would imagine, just like everybody else, they're going to stay on a wet tire. This is a treacherous time of the race, folks. This is a rare time. You're watching a field full of race cars here at Watkins Glen in upstate New York on a dry racetrack. That's what the light pavement is. These cars are intentionally driving on wet tires on a dry track because the weather widget on the top right corner of the screen tells them that they are going to have rain again sometime in the next 3 or 4 minutes, according to our math. And they're out there just sort of bearing the brunt of it. They're damaging the tires. They are peeling the rubber off these things. They're overpressuring them, which, based on current logic, isn't the worst thing, but the damage they're doing to the tread can be potentially a problem. What does that mean? Well, when you take a wet weather tire, as the rain has just begun, and drive it on a dry racetrack, you basically ruin the tire life of the carcass, and eventually you're skating around. You're going to be, if any of these drivers, John, are using the pressure trick, they're going to be skating around even worse because they've already done damage to the tire itself and the tread blocks. This could be disaster, especially considering how many drive-throughs we've already seen today.
Yeah, this could be super interesting, couldn't it? Coming up to this stage, of course, like I say, they've been driving around on essentially a dry circuit. Of course, the wet tire is very susceptible to not having a lot of moisture on them. They tend to overheat very quickly, and you start wearing down the tread blocks on the tire. And then once you do get to these wet scenarios, you've not suddenly got as much tread as you once did have on a new set of Pirellis, and of course, no tread on a tire means water has nowhere to channel itself away from the surface, thus creating a very slippery ride for the driver inside the car at the time. So whoever's basically looked after their tyres the best from the last pit stops will probably be prevailing the most. Whoever's pitted the latest, of course, of this round of stops will equal the best condition. And judging by how tiptoey Van der Katsbeek looks, is he on a dry tyre? I can't quite tell from here.
We'll have to see. We're going to get some cameras. Camera 1 will do some flybys eventually at some point. I don't know if I see a sidewall or not based on that, but if they are, that is an outrage. Oh my goodness, I think that is a dry tire. In fact, unless they're also desynced, they are on a dry tire. We'll pause for confirmation at some point, but it could be potentially something they're doing. But if you look at the weather, it's dry racetrack right now, but it will very quickly go away. Something else that's going to happen is it's going to get wet in a hurry. Light rain here, increasing in 10 minutes, increasing again in 30, probably a little bit less than that, to be honest, as that does confirm that we see a dry tire. Slightly worried about a desync on that, but we'll know if BBS comes down the pit lane early. We'll know that they definitely did try this strategy to put the dry tire on. Van der Katsbeek certainly seems to be managing it now, but it's only going to deteriorate. You can still see a run-in line here. The track has gone immediately damp. It was greasy, and the weather is going to continue to deteriorate over the next 30 minutes or so.
So just want to confirm on Van der Katsbeek's scenario, it is indeed a dry tyre. I'm seeing a dry tyre on my end. Another trick you can do with a little bit of espionage, Jesse Lee, is flick your HUD over to the normal racing HUD, and it will show you the current tyre type that the driver is on. It won't show you, of course, any temps, data, pressures, etc. It'll just purely tell you whether it's a dry one or a wet tyre. And in my game, Van der Katsbeek is on a dry one tyre.
That's insane.
So that'll explain why the TC on the Mercedes is cranked all the way up to 5. It's quite a high level of TC to be on for maybe a wet tyre. Again, some drivers prefer the kind of safer side of higher TC numbers, but can confirm the BBS Racing entry is on dry tyres. Noah Bierbach is, of course, on the wet tyres after we discussed earlier on. It was a desync with the server. So Noah Bierbach taking over, of course, the number 146 N&M competition. Down in P12 at the moment, stuck in a little bit of traffic. That is for position. That's the 545 ahead of them. Zorizic currently at the wheel of that one. And just behind, they've, of course, got the Odox Motorsport car. That's Perez in the number 121. And also, they've got the 33 behind, the Steady Start Racing Blue entry. That is for position with the N&M competition car as well. So the odd car out in this train is the Odox Motorsport Audi R8.
Yeah, odd car out indeed there, but just going back to Van der Katsbeek, this is an interesting strategy. To try and make sense of it, though, I've kind of figured out what they're doing. They probably came in a bit early, that 82 Mercedes, if I had to assume. They went out there on dries when everybody else is struggling for grip on the wet tire. They made up time. What they're hoping is the hard rain doesn't get here until sometime a little bit later. They're hoping to eke this one out. They'll still have to come in early. It's not gonna hold off that long, but the longer this track stays damp, the more it benefits that 82, and that's kind of what they're doing. They're trying to make up some positions here. If it catches some of these other drivers out, and also, too, keep in mind, the 82 is going to come back on the racetrack. They're going to have a set of good wet tires on the car, not these worn ones that were running on a dry track. So they're kind of putting their eggs in that basket. That is an out-of-the-box strategy, but when you're in the mid-teens in this race, why not? Last race of the season, try something. See if you can get some free positions. See if the weather will turn in your favor at some point. Do something contrarian. It's exactly what BBS has done here. Time will only tell, though, if it'll actually work out or not.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? We'll have to keep an eye on that one, see if it does prevail for the number 82, as we see the rain is starting to get heavier on the screens. It certainly looks like a few more drops coming down in certain camera angles. Of course, it is set to get heavier in the next 10 and stay heavy for the next 30 at minimum. And as we say that, Van der Katsbeek down the lane just underneath us, Jesse. They've decided that dry Pirelli is enough. They do want another set of wets, and of course they will be out of sequence with everybody else. Of course, 3 hours 39. They're coming down the lane. They need to take a pit stop every hour and 5 minutes. So, of course, they should serve their last stop at about an hour 25. So they're going to have to make an extra stop just outside for that 20-minute window. Of course, it's kind of thrown them off sequence now. So that could be detrimental come the end of the race, especially if they're brawled in a fight such as Noah Bierback is at the moment. And again, Perez is going to be getting very frustrated following this train of cars. Of course, he's got Gutman 8.3 seconds up the road. Tatsmina Hacker is behind. I think Bierback there has given up the slot very honourably indeed, I would say, there, just to allow Perez onwards with him. Again, if Bierback can keep with the back of Perez, though, he may shoehorn open the door on Zorozic in the 5:45. And Van der Katsbeek with a drive-through penalty, Jesse Lee. Could that be just for speeding into the pit lane? Only marginally. I believe you can still get a drive-through for that. It's not a full-blown stop and go if it's below a certain threshold. As Jesse seems to have stepped out of the box briefly for a minute. So let's get back to the action.
I'm talking to myself. He's talking to myself the whole time. I do apologize. I'm getting over a cold, and I'm hacking up over here, so nobody wants to hear that, so I do apologize. I was talking to myself. Sheck has just got a drive-through penalty of himself. Van der Katsbeek has a drive-through. Van Schickel has a drive-through. It's all popping off here. It looks like a teenager's pimply face in the second half of the grid. There's no other way around it. It's all going a bit pear-shaped here. But I was going to explain, you're absolutely right. If you're 1 or 2 kilometers, even though we're in America, we still use kilometers for the sake of brevity. Of course, it's also nice to use a system that makes sense. Sorry, America. But the thing is that if you're 1 or 2 kilometers over, you get the drive-through. If it's up to 5, you get a stop-go. If it's 10 or more, disqualification instantaneously. Now, the interesting thing about the way RCI does, even if you do get severe speeding in pit lane, as far as I'm aware, they will reverse that and give you a stop and go instead. So if you're in that 3 to whatever range and you get stop and go, that's fine. If you get disqualified, you're still going to get the stop and go. The only problem is ACC will send you to the pit lane immediately. It'll lock you down. It'll disqualify you. That gets reversed, but you'll still eventually go a lap down, which I think the stewarding department here at RCI thinks for major speeding or severe speeding, basically a lap penalty is enough of a penalty. No need to end your race.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You know, being teleported back to the pits and locking your controls off is more than enough penalty, I would say. But again, the kind of DQ being changed to a stop-go 30, it's something we do employ here at RCI. So although it would completely ruin your race, you are still free to run. And of course, anything can happen in endurance racing. We're not even at the halfway mark yet, and we've already seen plenty of drive-throughs. We've seen a few stop-go 30s as well, and plenty more action to come on the face of it. Zorozic still fending off Bierback here. Of course, the N&M competition car did let the Odox Motorsport car through, but I've realised the Perez car is now back behind the Ferrari. So I'm not sure what happened there. I must have turned away at that point. But of course, that's going to mean that, again, Bierback isn't going to want to yield as easily, is he, Jesse? You know, he's already let him through once. Why should he let him through again? If he is the faster car, then surely he can just overtake me, right? As looking to the top right-hand side of your screen, rain getting much heavier again in 30, Jesse. So the track will reach wet status once again. McLeod Sim Racing, you best get dancing, because there's no dry running coming for the foreseeable.
Well, what I'm worried about here is it's been such a good run for SPH. Gutman has gapped Perez by quite a margin. It was 4.5, a little bit less than 5 seconds to gap, and it's 11.2 first to second. But I worry about that because remember that Gutman and team fell back on the initial start, although we went down to fifth. Some of that was just being shuffled out of line, of course, but took them quite a long time to get back up there. They did eventually gain a lot of positions, but I do worry maybe they have a more dry-centric setup on that SPH car. Maybe some of the other cars have a little bit more of a wet setup. We know that Jaimo was doing really well in the wet as well. Time will only tell, but one thing's for sure now, everybody's been put on notice with this weather. Track's still damp at this stage. If the 82 strategy wouldn't have been blown up by the drive-through, this might have been exactly what they were looking for. We're on the edge of it going to wet, though. I can feel it. You can see it in the spray. The spray coming off the tires of these cars getting a little bit bigger. And you could actually see it on some of the low-angled cameras. You can also determine how wet the track is by looking at what the rear tires are doing and how much spray they're kicking up. It changes. If you're on the drier line, it's less spray. If you're on the wetter part, it's even more. So if you're following along with people, if you've raced enough, you kind of have an idea of what you're looking for there, and we're really close. The run-in part of the racetrack still holding up, though, a little bit, but you can actually see some of the spray I was talking about right there. The difference in the different lines. What you don't want to do, that's for darn sure, straddle the two parts of the racetrack right now. It's very dangerous if you get yourself straddled between the soaked part and the damp part. You're really going to have a bad time. It's not so much in the braking zones, but in the acceleration zones. The way these cars torque up, that's a recipe for a disaster. Is looking for a move down to the inside here. Bibach gets it done, opens the door for Odox Motorsports, who's just trying to get through here without further incident. He is given room by the Lamborghini Azorasic, you know, going wide, certainly trying to make this as painless as possible in that instance. But close racing there, mostly people getting along there. No real contact, room given, space afforded. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it's even opened the door for ruling in the number 33 to come through on Zorzic. So one position kind of lost to Beerback, just opened the door to Perez and ruling as well, the number 33, and even a flash of the lights there from Zorzic. So maybe a little bit disgruntled with how the move with ruling went down, but the Steady Start Racing blue entry up into P12. Zorzic down now into P13. And meanwhile, Perez is free again to see if he can chunk any more time off of Gutman. And Beerback, of course, free to then try and get to the back of O'Lila, who is not too far ahead, to be fair. 2.4 seconds to the good. So, again, that could be a fight on our hands that we're about to see with the Mercedes and the Ferrari. But it is this man here, Frederick Gutman, out ahead, dominating fashion. 13.8 seconds to the good, all over the curb on that one. Nearly lost the rear end. McLaren very slow ahead, kind of wandering on the racing line, maybe not aware of who is coming in his mirrors that fast. It is Frederick Gutman for the SPHE Motorsport camp, and through he goes, again, making light work of the traffic. Tarsvina Hacker still 28.2 seconds on Odox Motorsports. So that's a big ask to make up after their incident, of course, with the wall coming out of the bus stop, and of course the drive-through penalty that they picked up for track limits as well. So Jaimo undoing their early commanding lead, and got about 3.5 hours on the clock to go, Jesse. So the question at this point is, does Jaimo have enough pace in the tank to not only catch Perez and pass him, but can they also get to this man here, Frederick Gutman, at the helm of the field?
It's going to be a tall task. One thing you don't want to do in a race like this is give up the lead, and that's unfortunately what Jaimo's done. The silver lining, if you will, is I have the utmost faith in them that they'll be able to do something here. The question is there enough time to make it happen? Well, we are joined by we will be joined as soon as I do that one right there. We are joined by one of the drivers from SPH joined in the box. Boris Bitteroff has joined us. What an eventful first couple of hours, Boris.
Yeah, it was pretty fun to look at, yes.
Well, you've driven from the lead. You went back at the start to fifth. You're back up in the lead now. What's the car like? Is it preferable in the wet or the dry? Is it a mix of both? How are we doing?
I think they built the car to drive really well in the wet, because I think it was clear that the race will be very wet. So yeah, I think we have a more or less wet setup in the car.
Well, I thought maybe it might have been the opposite, but certainly proven me wrong. And also, the one would only really need to look at the last lap times. Frederick is torching the field right now. What did you feed him this morning?
I don't know. I was on my way. That's why I don't drive today. I was on my way from Essen Motor Show. It was yesterday. So I don't know what he did, but yeah, it looks really, really good what he does. So yeah, I'm happy with it.
Could be another win for them in what has been a outstanding season. Another win for him. Excuse me. Another win for your team. I'm so used. Can you tell I'm used to doing solo events?
Yeah.
It could be another win in what has been a very special season for SPHE Motorsport, and it may not be the most pleasant of racing conditions, but are you, or do you know of any of your teammates that kind of relish an opportunity to race in the rain?
I like the rain actually, and I think Freddie and Max also do. So yeah, it favors our driving style a little bit. So yeah, I think they don't have a problem. It could be rain for the whole race. I don't think they have any problem with that.
I've just realized they don't know you're here with us right now, right? Because you're not. Are you coaching the other drivers today, or are you just?
I was.
Oh, okay.
With them, a little bit of spotting here and there and some strategy, but to now we didn't need strategy really. So it was just straightforward. Go on wets and refuel the car and go your way.
You know, I talk a lot about driver psychology, Boris, and about whomever is responsible for keeping the driver's spirits up. What was that role for you like whenever you went first to fifth early on? It was dark out and it just ended up in the wrong line, went back. What was that like? Did you say anything to your drivers at that point, or did they already know?
I think Freddie knew by himself. He just didn't defend the inside line, and it was clear that the move was good. And yeah, then we were on the outside line, and we didn't have any chance to stay in second. So yeah, that was fine. Freddie just didn't defend the inside line, so all good there. But he wasn't as how do I say it? He wasn't happy, but it wasn't a big problem for him. So yeah, he just pushed on and we moved forward, and now we are first again. So yeah, it's good.
Who do you think your biggest competition is going to be by the end of the day, or do you think you'll have any competition?
Yeah, I think so, because we are on free track cuts as well, so it will be really hard to avoid the drive-through. So yeah, I think it will be a close race. There are 2 or 3 cars who could win this, so it isn't that easy just to drive in front.
Well, finally, is there anybody you want to say hello to, say thanks to?
No, not really. I think our team does a great job till now. Hope we continue with that and try to win this race again.
We wish you the very best of luck. Give our best to the entire SPH team. Boris Bitteroff playing the part of the team manager and maybe a little bit of the psychologist as well. Boris, thanks for coming and talking to us.
Thank you for the nice stream. It is always fun to be here.
It's absolutely a pleasure to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, Boris Bitteroff, SPH.
So thank you and nice stream. I hope we will hear us later when we do an interview for the podium.
I look forward to seeing you again today. Let's see. Well, you love hearing from the teams, John. You love hearing from the winning team. So often, that's not the case. You don't hear from the team winning the race. They're too focused, but SPH is always so chill. And to hear Boris describe what Frederick was like early on in this race, no panic, a little upset, but no panic, knew what he had to do, immediately got to the task, and look at them. They're back in the front.
Yeah, it's exactly why, isn't it? They're, commanding such a long or big championship lead, should I say? Not long, it's not the right word. Such a commanding a lead on points overall. Of course, they know what they need to do, like you say, Jesse. They just get themselves in the right headspace, and of course, racing is as much a psychology game as it is a kind of a lap time game, certainly so. And of course, a big shout out to Frederick Gutman, who's of course currently in the car, for the highlight videos that he has been producing. It's not only, of course, for the Suzuka 24, but he's also been kind of documenting, should we say, the efforts of the SPH camp as we've been going through the twists and turns of the season. Do head on over to the RCI YouTube. You can find a fantastic highlight video from Frederick Gutman. I'm going to put it in both Twitch and YouTube chats for you guys to go over and have a look if you haven't already. But yeah, big shout out to him. You can of course find his channel description, his channel link, sorry, and the SPHE Motorsports Instagram in the description. So go check him out, go show him some love, and especially go check out the earlier videos that Frederick did from Valencia, Monza, and Bathurst, because they're all equally as impressive as the Suzuka entry was. So certainly get your teeth sunk into them tonight if you are looking for some viewing after we close up here in just over 3 hours time. Track is officially declared wet currently. Rain is getting heavier in the next 10 and the next 30. So it's going to make for some very interesting conditions. You can already see the dry line has become more of a wet line. You can see the puddles start to form offline. And like Jesse says, you don't really want to be straddling the dry to wet line, because it's not going to make for a very pleasant car to drive. Van der Katsbeek, of course, we were analysing his tyre situation earlier on. He was on a set of dry tyres on a greasy stroke damp track, and that has now turned into a set of wets. So probably a smart move there from Freddie. Meanwhile, Olila coming still under fire from Beerbach now. We said it earlier on, didn't we, that Beerbach was free from Zorozic to go and catch Olila, and he has done just that. In the background, we see Van Vechel getting swallowed up by Ruling, and somebody else as well. I think that's Zorozic in the background of the Lamborghini, but Olila now has to defend from Beerbach. Will he choose to fight this? Of course, Olila very out of contention from where the N and M car qualified in this one. Of course, N and M were way further up the grid at the start. We've got a yellow flag out for the 769. That's down by the bus stop. Not sure what's happened to them, but they have got underway. Again, showing a white flag and then going back to the normal colour marker. But you can see how slippery it is becoming. Olila almost power sliding the big Mercedes out through the last corner, followed by Beerbach in the Ferrari. So conditions are getting ever so slightly worse. We're now down to lap times of a 1 minute 51.8, which is again way far off where we were earlier on at the beginning of the race. Of course, on the fresh wet tyres, should we say, in the drying conditions, we were setting 148 flats, 148.5 for some drivers, anywhere in that kind of window. And you can just see how wet it is now offline. Drivers seeking the standing water coming down towards the inner loop. Of course, we've got Perez in the number 121 still watching this battle unfold. He's going to be pretty sick of looking at the back of the N&M Ferrari in a few laps time when he gives up the car to another teammate, I can only assume. Olila, but he's coming under pressure from the rear wing. We're looking back now. We can see Beerbach in the 146. He's looking everywhere he can to see if he can just see an opening that's wide enough for a Ferrari 296. Look at that, to the inside he'll go again of turn 7 up the hill to the right hand side. Again, the inside's where you want to be. We can see the rear end from Olila's car wiggling as he squeezes on the power, coming over the top of the hill down to the other side. And it is an anime Jesse Lee on the wing end plates.
Don't know which, but it's an anime.
It's an anime for sure, as Beerbach this time tries to get up the inside to the old switcheroo, but again gets covered off by Olila. And this is a very fair racing we've got between these two drivers. And all the meanwhile, Perez just patiently out for a Sunday drive behind, it looks like. He doesn't look in a hurry to get past, does he, Jesse?
No, he certainly doesn't, and you got to have patience. We've seen a lot of patience here, but this is the kind of thing you got to be ready to pounce on a situation like this. Also, Olila has been, the back of that car has been out and about all day long for Otso, but they've not looped it once to their credit. The power of the Jordi Suss car getting it done, and there again, a mistake off 11 does not cost them into 1, as Beerbach is forced to fall back in line again. If you are that 146, you're saying, how is that car so sideways and still so fast at the same time?
It's a weird concept, isn't it? Because of course, when you're going sideways, you're not really getting traction or forward momentum off a corner, but somehow it's working for Lila as we ride on board with Beerback. We can see all his inputs on the steering wheel, flicking it over the curbs, and of course the rev lights, the gear changes, and sniffing ever closer to the Mercedes. He's trying to open a gap somewhere, but Lila is just he's almost like a masterclass of defence at the moment of Watkins Glen. He's just putting that Mercedes everywhere it needs to be to block that Ferrari
thing to look
from
at
going through. Yeah. Imagine just looking at the back of this car. Hopefully Beerback hasn't got any skins installed and he just sees a plain carbon Mercedes ahead of him. But yeah, I can't imagine. I can't imagine he does. You know, he put the skin pack out to all the drivers, so it'll be even funnier in hood cam because obviously you wouldn't have the wiper or the spray in the way.
Do you realize, folks, that the back of that car says pedal faster, and even below that, it says not a total pro, making a bit of fun of the sponsorship and the classification decals as well. But I'm glad that Jordy Suss takes this racing very, very seriously. Doing a great job, Izatsa, on the defense here. And if I'm Noah Beerback, I'm getting quite frustrated right now. I know I've got a quick car, but oh, look at that, just sideways again. Beerback's going to get a bit of a run. The Mercedes is going to power over this down the straight. He's going to make a move here as Noah, looking down to the inside, showing intent, no overlap, realizes he doesn't. The Odox car nearly piling into the back, but doesn't. The Rule car, could this be the coffin, the nail in the coffin for Jordy Suss as they are side by side up the S's? That position not quite surrendered yet, but I reckon it will be here for the right-hander, unless that was too acute of an angle for the 146, and it might have been. Here comes Jordy Suss. Here comes Odox. They're 3 wide going down into the chicane. Somebody's going to have to let off, and they all basically do. They end up single file, but here I think is Steady Start coming into the picture in the background.
Yeah, Steady Start nearly piling into the back of Odox. I mean, Odox are in P2. They're nothing to do with this fight. This fight is essentially for P10 overall at the moment. Of course, Ruling and Zorozic very patiently kind of coming up onto the Odox car. They're going to have to, you know, not overtake him, but Odox is going to have to get a move on. They're going to have to dispatch a Valila now. They can't just stand there and watch this battle unfold anymore. N&M has got through. They've driven cleanly away already to a second to the good after that one, but that's going to be a big chunk of time for Odox to lose. Again, they are ahead of Hymo, but you know, Hymo's pace can be very strong indeed, and the last thing you want is to look back and suddenly there's a purple Lamborghini on the horizon.
Yeah, this is it's fun too. You had to. We heard earlier, you know, talking about SPH. They quite enjoy it. They don't really bothered by the rain. Some teams are. They're not, obviously. I mean, it's easy to say that when you're winning too, but I genuinely believe that Boris Gutman and the lot, they don't care, and they quite enjoy the opportunity to race in rain. It is somewhat rare, even for an organization like Raining Club International. Which is what we're sometimes known as. But I think it's funny too. You get all of this, and they're loving this. They, even if they're sort of frustrated in the moment, they're loving it because they're racing wheel to wheel. Nobody's I'm gonna knock on wood here. Nobody's crashing yet, and they're making it look somewhat easy. These are very tricky conditions. The track's very wet. It's raining quite hard. It's going to rain even harder in the next 30 minutes, and they're out here going at it. They're diving, they're defending, they're clobbering curbs with way more authority than I would ever have in this situation, in this wet weather. But they're doing a lot of things that it's just fun. It's, again, another thing it's hard to explain. Oh, sideways is the Steady Start car. Odox unable to find a way through. But this is where it's fun. You remember races like this, folks, is my point. You have a million races in your sim racing career. You remember a handful of them. Stuff like this is what you remember. Remember that you don't forget, hey, remember that 4 or 5 way battle we had in the middle of the RCI 6 hour of Watkins in the pouring rain? That was fun. And until somebody gets turned, everybody will have that sentiment. Somebody gets wrecked, Les, we all know that changes in an instant.
Hello. Thank you. Well, yeah, I mean, it changes everything, like you said, and yes, with this weather, it's always a memorable race anyway. It always changes things up, but yeah, when there's incidents involved, they always seem to be the one that's sticking in your mind. And yeah, no, but either way, though, 6 hours of Watkins Glen, I think for most people in this event, especially, will probably stick in their minds.
Well, we got Les Stevenson with us. He's, well, you may know him as the sultry voice of RCI. You may also know him as the Fat Stig. You may also know him as one of the guys that you don't want to have to try and pass. Les Stevenson, how's it going in Split 2?
Split 2, very moist is probably the
common theme.
The common phrase used. But yeah, no, very similar conditions that the Split 1 currently have. But we've had that the entire race so far. So obviously now I've said that has probably changed, but since I've left. But no, it's been extremely damp, very, very wet, tricky, surprising, I must say, to some of the people's pace compared to my disappointing pace. But no, we've certainly not had an incident-free race ourselves either. But I'm leaving my teammates to claw back, hopefully, some more positions and maybe P2 in the championship.
Of course, Les Stevenson, part of Dropping the Hammer Racing for big prizes here. Big prizes meaning trophies and bragging rights, of course. Unlike the Esports Series, no cash prize on offer here. It's bragging rights. The World Tour, one of the oldest establishments we have here at RCI. We've had a championship of the World Tour every year that we've existed. And I don't know if I can say it, but I will say it. That will not change for 2024. There will be a World Tour next year. Somewhere Ryan Gill's cursing my name for saying that out loud, but I don't think it's any secret that we will continue the World Tour at some point next year. Huge success this year. It's been a lot of fun. We've got to cover more of Split 2 this year than we normally would have done. It's great to be able to do that. It's great having more interaction from the Split 2 teams as well. And we had Matthew Malcolm come in and tell us how the race started earlier, and now Les Stevenson, who is, again, the sultry voice of RCI with us. So what is a reasonable expectation for Dropping the Hammer as they're dropping some wheels off the tires? They're dropping some wheels off the track here as they're side by side again. Odok's trying to go around the outside, and they're going to get it all, but it's contact, and it's all come undone here. The Jordy Suss car and the Steady Start Racing, a Gerald Ruling, have had a big crash and incident before they made it to the bus stop chicane. Now they'll weave through the impenetrable barriers, a little bit more difficulty on the Jordy Suss car, as Otso Olila still trying to get that car going the right way. They finally have the turning circle on these cars. Nothing like your road car. The rack on them a little bit smaller, as they finally do. But that finally came to tears. But what was it like for Dropping the Hammer in Split 2? A little bit like that.
It was. I think the easiest way to put it is there was a fair bit of contact. It's the spray has been unbelievable, and just seeing that move there with almost three cars wide into the bus stop is, that's kind of what was happening in Split 2, but very early on. A little bit disappointing from some people's point of view, but obviously, everyone's out there to gain positions if they can, and they seize the opportunity when it's there to be taken. But maybe some people were trying to bite too much off more than they could chew, I suppose is the phrase that you could use. But that was certainly interesting there, Jesse. I think the Ferrari ruling there forgot that the advertising board behind it was a nice concrete barrier and ended up doing more damage than probably what they would have had if they'd just gone round.
Well, there's a lot of things as Alila's going to bring that car in. I think that's severe damage on the Jordy Suss 888 machine. I think that's going to require immediate attention of the team, and I feel like that's what we're seeing here. Ruling is also in. Felix Tavenza Hacker for Hymo is also in the pit lane. So consider that for the 221. The car that may have had an incident by themselves while leading the race is the Hymo car, the 221. And then came in and made a stop, had a drive-through penalty that took them out of the lead. Oh, more contact here. That's the 712. Oh, that's what happened to the Hymo car. That's why the Hymo car's down the pit lane. Oh my goodness. And speeding in the pit lane for Tazvinza Hacker in the 221. And that's going to be the end of the day for the purple Hymo Lamborghini. It will not be a bookend storybook championship for Hymo, as they are out of the race here, shy of the halfway point. And that's a frustrating day, a day where they started up front on the front row, Les, took the lead early, was in a commanding lead, but since then, it's all come undone.
It really has. And
oh my God! Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there.
That's fine. As we see the BMW there taking more than they could chew again, and obviously the big rear end of that car coming very, very loose, and but managing to save it, which is good to see as well. But yeah, wow, that was an incident and a half, wasn't it, Jesse? I mean, they really have, in one incident, it's just ruined the day. It really has ruined the day, and it's a shame to see them unfortunately have to retire the car. I mean, there probably would have been a hell of a lot of damage there, but the same. I take it a bit differently, Jesse. Incidents like that I still battle on, because there's always positions that can be made up. You just don't know. In these conditions, you can make up places still towards the end. So I think, to see them to unfortunately retire, they've obviously taken that decision to take the car to retirement. It's a little bit of a shame, but we move on. We've got Frederick Gutmann leading, like you said already. Taking the pace and really getting a big old gap out there, and and to see those videos as well, Jesse, that are being created by Mr. Gutmann and his team. I mean, some of those videos were really, really great, really good.
Yeah, it's been incredible what they've been able to do. I thought certainly when they went down to 5th place, the SPH car, I thought that was going to take them in the entire race, knowing some of the teams up front, and they probably still needed some to go their way. And I thought the penalty for Hymo was, getting a couple of spots back was great, but the penalty for Hymo was great for them, horrible for Hymo, of course, and that's sort of what started their downfall. But what a bounce back, and that's kind of the thing, too. You talk about not wanting to give up. Some teams, they just reckon it's not worth their time. Others, they grit it out, like you said. Oh, my God, Philippe Breccia coming out of the carousel is just about wrecking that BMW every single time, but yet have yet to lose control. We saw Martin Lawrence, who was in the car most recently, gave way to Philippe. He got sideways a little bit, but nothing like what Breccia's been able to do. Philippe is manhandling that BMW. I've never seen anything quite like that.
But I mean, Philippe is taking it to the limit and beyond in my eyes, Jesse. I mean, to be going around there every single lap with that rear end coming right round like that and keeping in control of it is quite impressive. But yeah, no, I mean, with Martin Lawrence on the team as well, I'm assuming it's probably set up as quite a loose rear end. I'm sure they prefer it that way, but maybe taking it to the extreme. I certainly don't know if I'd like it that loose at the back, but it's great to see though, isn't it? Bit of fun on track, bit of drifting. Maybe not the fastest way around, but they're having fun.
Top 5 double racing. All the members of that RCI esport team, they're double dutying today with some esports races they got going on as well. So they're trading off. They're racing a little bit of both. This race runs longer than that one. Matter of fact, the other one I think is coming to an end quite soon, or perhaps it already has. But either way, still double duty. It's a lot of hours. 3 drivers daily, Breccia and Lawrence, all taking duties in the 769 here today, and also doing duties elsewhere. So talk about drivers that just love to race, and there's a lot of them. I would argue the Drop in the Hammer guys are exactly that bill as well.
Oh yes, yeah, no, just love to be involved in as many races as possible. In team events is nothing better than the endurance side of it. It's, like I said, I've said to you before, I've said it on cast, it's my enjoyment is being able to do it with my teammates. Whether it be a good result or a bad result, it's always a laugh, and it's always good to get involved and support each other through each stint. And it's we've had our trials and tribulations, as they say, but we just keep going, plugging away at it. And we had our first endurance win at the start of this championship, so that was a massive milestone. And we've done pretty well. We had a poor race at Bathurst. You know, it's not the fact that I was on holiday or anything, and I wasn't there to tell them what to do. But you know, I won't hold it against them. But no, yeah, we had a bit of a poor result there. But you know, we've had a steady championship, and we just improved race on race. So and that's the part I love. Like I said, you know, it's being part of that team.
Voodoo down the pit lane. Hard to tell with the weather if that's unscheduled or not, but no penalty on the Barwell Motorsport liveried 141. If I had to guess, this is just Scooter Booter's stop. He stayed in the car as well, and he's back out there, so not uncommon to see that. That's not strange. Normally, if Tudor is happy in that car and it's wet, a lot of times you'll just leave them in the car because you're not putting a driver into an unknown situation. They know what to expect going out there, so otherwise they're in. I'm forced to believe that was a scheduled stop because they're off sequence. Remember, they were involved in the early incidents here. So was this car, the Soren Racing team. So this kind of explains it. Yeah, these are all cars that pitted early because they had issues early on in the race. So out of sequence, yes. Scheduled stops, also yes. Les, I'm sure I've asked you this before, but I gotta ask. We, of course, work with, obviously you, but we also work with Tom Watts around here, around RCI as well. We're talking about your teammates.
Track limits, Tom.
I didn't say that. I just want to make that very clear. I didn't
Sorry,
say
Jesse,
that.
carry on. I interrupted.
No. Everyone at home, I didn't say that. Tom, if you watch this back on repeat, I didn't say that. All I'm saying is we work with Tom Watts. Lovely human being, event manager here, avid racer as well. What's Tom Watts like off of the racetrack, since you know more about him than we do?
He's a very calm and collected fella. He's great with the mouse. He's our strategist. He's always the one that we turn to ask about fuel levels and you know, when we should pit, when we shouldn't pit, you know, tactics along those sort of lines. But no, he's a good laugh. He takes everything in his stride, and he's just a good fellow all around. But he does take some stick, you know, with the name of Tom Watts. You can imagine what it looks like on the leaderboard. I'll leave it with you to work that one out. But yeah, so he does get a bit of stick in over his time. But yeah, no, he's a good lad, and you know, wouldn't be without him in the team, to be fair.
Well, it's all come undone if you're Felipe Brecha, and the RCI Motorsports team has got a drive-through penalty. Czech driver has been driving fast and loose, and unfortunately, they have used up their track limits. They are the newest car inside the top 5 to get a drive-through today. That will surely drop them out of the top 5, as Thomas Ehrentraut is right behind them anyway. The question is, how far will that put them back behind? But drive-through penalty for track limits for the 769 here today. I'm not laughing at Brecha. I just want to say that I'm laughing because, well, he was going for it, and that's kind of the price you pay in these weather conditions some of the time. But they'll have to serve that in the next 2.5 laps or so. Ruling, by the way, the 33 has been given a penalty, but I worry that might be not.
I think that might be for an incident.
Limits.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, it hasn't been posted yet, but it might come up at some point. But for the time being, we're joined by the Across Europe Racing team, the ERT team, as I've referred to it in the past. I do apologize, Andre, if that's incorrect. But Andrea De Castro has joined us in the booth from car number 29, I believe it is.
Yes, it is car number 29. Our first time with RCI as a team, and it's been great. It's a shame that the championship has come to an end.
Well, the most important thing, and this is the thing that we always hope, we hope the teams, they enjoy themselves. Safe to say that based on that, you are enjoying yourself. I got a question for you. You and your teammates, what do you guys think about the weather that we've had today? It's a bit wild, isn't it?
It's perfect. It's perfect. It creates a very good mix of opportunities for everyone. And we've had a car that was in first place and is now, I believe, the 15th or something like that. and you've got a chance, and you can expect everything to happen. So it's great. Obviously, from a driving point of view, it's not it's not very fun to always be in the rain, and you sometimes cannot show your true skills. But it's it's fun. It's fun. I sort of missed that in the 24-hour race, or at least the little bit that we did, because our team had to retire. But it was it's always great, this mix of weather.
I've got a question about your teammates. Philippe Kip in the car now in the number 29. Is
Sure.
Dupera Lilo, are they in the car today at all?
Oh, sorry, what do you mean?
Is Linda in the car?
Philip Kip?
Your roster has a driver from Zimbabwe on it, and I was wondering, I might be butchering that name, and I do apologize if I am doing.
Do we? No,
Okay, all right. So that team, your team has
You are
so is that news to
surprising me
you? Am
now.
I telling
Maybe-
you about your team?
But I know we have a German. I am Portuguese, and we have someone from Croatia driving. But maybe they messed up the
Okay.
the thing.
So-
I don't know.
So
Okay.
so Linda Duperlilo is not on the
Oh no,
Across
he's
Europe
not.
racing
I'm
team.
sorry. I'm sorry. He's not racing today. No, but he's. Yeah, I know him. He's in Portugal, but he is in fact from Zimbabwe.
Indeed.
I forgot. Yeah.
Tom Bryant has pointed that out that they're not racing today. I just thought I was doing a really bad job with the pronunciation. If I have done, I do apologize to the people of Zimbabwe. I sometimes can't do pronunciations quite well, but we are talking with Andre De Castro, part of the Across Europe racing team, the ERT team.
It's a mouthful, yeah.
It's more my fault than anything else. What do you think about the drive-throughs today? Everybody's collecting them. Why not you?
I don't know. This track is very tricky. Because it punishes you for the smallest mistakes, and even I like lifted. Even though I lifted, I got warnings. So everybody is getting drive-throughs. I don't know if they're fair or not. I'll say they aren't, but because we are very close to getting one, if we haven't already. So yeah, it's tricky. I don't like that. Let them race, but it is what it is, and yeah, we can't do anything about it.
Are you perhaps on 3 warnings right now?
We might be, yes.
Maybe. Who's asking?
Yeah.
Christian
That's-
Lindgren for Sim Brothers has been the next victim inside the top 10 for a drive-through penalty. If you're playing drive-through bingo out there tonight, well, you're spoiled for choice. Somebody's got to be close to bingo now, but no laughing matter for the Sim Brothers as Lindgren brings that car down the pit lane at 50 kilometers an hour. Anderson in the 712, who we saw get involved in an incident earlier on, is back down the pit lane. I suspect this is for scheduled stops. Everybody else involved in those accidents before the bus stop came in, except the 712, at least to my knowledge. So this should be a routine stop for them. Got to ask about the Across Europe racing team. An interesting team, an interesting name. You come from all over Europe, as the name implies.
Yes.
How did you all meet?
So through Reddit, I wanted to start sim racing, and I've been doing a few sprints, but I really wanted to try endurance because I am a big fan of endurance, whether it's in GT format or whatever. I really do enjoy endurance. So I went to Reddit to see, and it took some time. It wasn't right then and there that I got someone to race with me, but I insisted and finally met someone. And then through racing, we met other people, and yeah, it was all because of one message that I sent on Reddit, and we started meeting more people inside the sphere.
That's really cool. And when they say across Europe, they genuinely mean that. Andre told you that he's Portuguese. There's a Croatian
Yep.
driver, a German driver, a driver from Zimbabwe who raced in the 24-hour race. Zimbabwe's not quite Europe, but we'll give you credit for
Yeah.
that. You're have
He's
to change your
living
name
in
across
is
the
living.
world.
It should
he's
be.
living
It
in
should
Europe.
be. Yeah, he's living in Europe. So
Well, there you go. Biabak, by the way, has got themselves a stop and go 30. That's, I'm assuming, for speeding down the pit lane.
yeah,
I
we
can't
got
imagine
one of
that's
those
for
too.
anything else. The N&M competition car. Their day has gone from bad to worse, as well as the weather has claimed perhaps another victim. Could it be as simply as overrunning your braking point coming into pit lane due to the waterlogged track? Well, DeCastro, you saying that this was your first sort of experience here for
Yeah,
this
the
championship.
yeah.
I assume, based on what you said, you're going to be coming back in 2024, yeah?
I'm looking forward to it. I think so. It's been amazing. It also, and I'm sorry, but I've got to say this. You did a brilliant job this year choosing the tracks. It's great.
I'll take credit
Tracks
for
are
it, sure.
amazing.
I did it,
You
I did
are-
it all by myself.
On before your name it says RCI, so you are speaking on behalf of them.
I got you.
Yeah, no, the tracks are amazing, you know, and finishing in Watkins Glen is really the cherry on top of the cake. It's absolutely incredible. It's very rare that you have a championship that races in Monza, and why not? And everything in this championship has been amazing. So yeah, there's every reason to come back, unless you had Paul Ricard in the tracks. Then I don't think I will. But I'm joking. I'm obviously joking. But it's great. It's there is a lot of reasons to come back. Even the people, like you start every single race. You get to meet people, know how fast they are. You sort of create that community. I've met some drivers from other teams, and after the races we usually talk about, we do sort of a debrief. There's the community, everything is a good reason to come back next year.
Nice. That's really nice to hear. Nesbian into the pit lane, serving that stop and go 30. That's going to feel like an eternity. The American driver Clifford has brought the Alpha Sim Sport car to pit lane. That is a scheduled stop for them. They are out of pit lane. No issues there, but issues here for Kip, who goes a little bit sideways, able to save it. No issue there. The other Ferrari had them spotted the entire way, and they will continue on. No harm, no foul. Before we let you go, Andre, anybody you want to say hey to, want to say thanks to for this? Maybe shout out your teammates.
Yeah, of course, Philip, Kip, and Hervoye and Lenda do Paralelo. They have been absolutely amazing, and everybody at RCI, even all the drivers. I don't think I've been in a champ. This is the first championship with this magnitude, of course, but even sprints and everything I've done. I don't think I met such an amazing community. Even the driver briefings are amazing, very funny to be a part of. So the whole community, to everybody at RCI, well, thank you for putting this together.
You are so very welcome. If it wasn't for teams like yours, we wouldn't have a reason to do this. We love having all of the interaction with the teams, and you learn something about teams, newer formed teams like across Europe.
Yeah.
And to have you here is an absolute pleasure. You're going to have to watch out for them next year, folks. They're going to be on the track. You can make your bet on that. Across Europe Racing Team, we've been joined by Andre DeCastro. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you.
Les, it's always nice to hear from teams, but especially teams like that. They're somewhat newly formed. They got into top split, so you know they have pace. They're out here, and they may be 20th or whatever they are right now. That's not important. The important thing is they're completing all the laps. You already know they have significant pace. It hasn't gone quite to plan today, but they're enjoying it. That's exactly what dropping the hammer's about, right? It's about going out there and having fun.
It's funny you should say that, because it was going to be one of my questions. How did they get together as a team? You know, especially with all the different nationalities. And yeah, it does. It sounds like a very, very similar team to Dropping the Hammer, where they've met through the sim racing community. They've joined the community such as RCI, and they found what sounds like their home. they're very appreciative of what the RCI community puts on for them, and they take part, and it's all about taking part. I know it sounds very cliche, but they obviously enjoy themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what, for me, that's why I love being part of the RCI community. It's hearing those little stories, those little snippets of people's weekends being consumed of 24-hour races, or being part of their team members that some of them have never even met. We've been quite fortunate. We've met, well, not you and me, but I've met some of my members of my team, and and it's quite strange to begin with, but when you speak to someone without that face, it's quite surreal when you do meet them. But no, it's just good to hear, isn't it? And just anyone else that's watching this and they're not doing endurance racing, what have you been doing with your lives? Come on, get involved and be part of it.
And the way I explain this to people that don't do this is like, well, how you get together with your mates and you play Call of Duty, or maybe you play Dungeons and Dragons or whatever you do with your friends. Maybe you're a board game friends group. Very common, right?
Yep.
It's that, but at 180 miles an hour.
180. I mean, who else? I mean, where else could you put down a question like, how do you cook a 3-egg omelette, and get the response that you get back like you do within the community?
Yeah, I've got a question, Les. Did you burn it, or is that supposed to look like that?
Right. If anyone has any suggestions,
welcome to the RCI podcast, by the way.
Yeah. If anyone has got any suggestions, please put it in the chat, because I clearly cannot cook a 3-egg omelette in my air fryer. It was burnt to hell. I ended up making it into scrambled egg, and I just made something of it in the end because it was my turn to drive. I had to get in the rig ASAP. So, if anyone's got any suggestions on how I can improve the 3-egg omelette in an air fryer, please let us know.
What a morning Les Stevenson had just to get to the racetrack. But just sort of doubling down on DeCastro's point and everything is, it's very nice to hear those. He's very, very kind and a very lovely team. But all credit, all jokes aside, all credit to the event management staff, the admin staff that put together these large events. Tom Bryant, I know, behind the scenes for this kind of thing, you don't really hear from him unless something goes wrong, and I don't usually have to talk to him directly about something unless something goes wrong. But Tom puts a lot of that stuff together. A lot of the EMs make these events happen, not only the weekly stuff, but the World Tour, etc. and so forth. They're so good at what they do. They don't ever take any credit. They don't get any credit, and they do it quietly. But because of all the event managers and all of the supporting admins behind them, they get to go out there, and all these drivers and teams get to go out there and they get to have fun. And that's the end goal. There's no other. It's just that. We are a community-driven team or club set to allow teams like that, like Dropping the Hammer, like anybody, place to come and compete fairly. And none of our guys get the credit they deserve. Everybody hears us, and they assume, we're the face. But really, the heart and soul are people that you only ever talk to when something has gone catastrophically wrong. So all credit to the event management team, one of which, Tom Watts, who you drive with. And I know another Tom. We have 50 million Toms here, by the way. Tom Bryan, of course, running around like a crazy person on World Tour days, making sure everything's copacetic. But everybody on those teams, appreciate them. And, of course, our lovely stewards who, quite frankly, have not been quite as stacked as I expected them to be today. They've
Jesse, you can't put that statement down. You've just jinxed it now.
Have I done it?
You've done the commentator's jinx.
Well, drive-through penalty, by the way, for the 86 assumed track limits there.
Let's hope it was.
Yeah, I think it is. But our lovely stewards who are here for all the races, and they have done such a good job managing it. Today, it's not been as slammed. I know they were quite busy at the start, as they always are, but huge credit to them. I always say being a steward's a thankless job. Even when you're right, you're wrong in somebody's eyes. And that's a heck of a job to take on voluntarily for absolutely no monetary reimbursement. So shout out to them as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's my sentiments as well. I couldn't do that job. I've said this before on stream, I'm sure, and it's the steward inside of it is just I'd end up giving everyone drive-throughs, Jesse. It just wouldn't work. I couldn't do it, and yeah, big congratulations to them and thank you. But like you've already said, there's so many people behind the scenes that do get involved to make these things happen, and yeah, a personal thank you from me. My getting involvement with the commentating is a way of me trying to pay a small amount back to the community because this is basically, I mean, I'm all right at talking. I can talk, I can sort of drive. So there you go. There's my input. But I certainly couldn't do stewarding, that's for sure.
Well, I gotta say, I've seen it from both sides. It's very difficult. There are sometimes difficult decisions that you have to make. You have to look up rules and the context and how they're written, and you've got to formulate a cohesive argument for what is and what isn't allowed. And not everybody's going to be happy with you, are they, at the end of the day for that? Whereas us, we get up here, we talk on the microphone, we can be wrong, and it's okay, because at the end of the day, we're just blowing wind. So nothing we do actually affects anything. We hope that you get some entertainment out of our antics. And if you do have a recipe for a 3-egg omelet, hit up Les Stevenson or the Fat Stig. You can find him everywhere, because what you made this morning was absolutely hideous.
Yeah, it's I'll be honest, it did remind me of
it?
Well, I did, yes, I had to. It's the only thing I had before my time to drive, so I had to eat it. I grimaced it, and I also proved to my wife that she is definitely the best at making the omelettes, not me.
Was she just like standing in the doorway, snickering to herself as you did that, do you think?
She found it hilarious.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
I tell her the exact words that we use. I told you should have used the pan. So yeah, I just thought I was being clever, trying to think I'd do it quicker in the air fryer, and it all went a bit wayward. But we live and learn, don't we? We learn by our mistakes, and probably doing one of those right now, speaking about it live on YouTube. But
Dauber and DeCampo racing each other. Matteo DeCampo for Thomas Enga Sim Racing, one of those cars that have fallen behind due to penalties. Looking to pick up a little bit of that here down to the inside of Dauber. This is for 6th place. Elgard has got another drive-through penalty for the 41. That's McLeod Racing, and they have jutted down the pit rate immediately. And what I find interesting about that was Elgard commented, it was Elgard or one of his teammates, I do apologize. No, it was Elgard, commented on Jaimo retiring after the incidents. Elgard practicing what he preaches in this case. A couple of issues today. That 41, I can almost guarantee it. You're not going to give up today regardless. But DeCampo does get the move done on Dauber, done and dusted. Thomas Enga back in P6 right now. Talking with Les Stevenson. Talking to you like you're an interviewer. You're just a commentator here. But I am interviewing you in the process as well. I see that Tom Watts is actually assisting the stewarding team. That leaves Neil Pimlott in the car, I'm assuming, or maybe it's Hutchins. No,
it's Neil Pimlott in the car. You are correct. He has in support Rudy Filmalter. Unfortunately, Richard Hutchins is a little bit worse for wear today, so he is unable to be the support, shall we say, on the voice chat. But no, Neil's driving this current stint, and I'll be joining him in about 5-10 minutes time to take over from him. But yeah, no, he's in the car at the moment and doing a sterling job as always. And let's hope we can climb the order after our misfortune to start with.
Yes, indeed. You never know. Realistically, because I ask everybody this, realistically, what's the expectation? Where can you come?
Well, we're certainly hoping for top 10. So if we can salvage a top 10, that would be absolutely amazing. We're slightly off sequence with a lot of the cars at the moment due to the damage and the pit stops. But if we can get, like I said, if we can get a top 10, that would be amazing. And it all depends on where the 55 and the 707, I think, of RPMS SimSport, where they finish, depending on where we end up in the championship. So it's a three-way fight for P2, I believe.
That would be quite interesting indeed. I'll point out too, there's a lot of things that nobody sees around here, and one of them is all the conversation going on in the back of the box right now. It is going every which away. By the way, I'm Jesse Lee, joined by Lev Stevenson. John Dalton's on a little bit of a break. Ash Bibby bringing you the pictures and accounts of the game today, and it's been a wet one. It's been a wet one since we started. We dried out momentarily, and it's gone wet again. And everybody's just trying to keep track of all of the penalties and where they're coming from. So all the support staff that helps us as well, a big thank you to them, because it is a lot to take in, and they're adding up, all these drive-through penalties. Les, we're just under halfway, or we're just over halfway, I should say. I said that backwards, but we're just over halfway, and we've seen, I would say, probably half the field with a drive-through already.
Yeah, it's quite incredible, really. Pro split just goes to prove, just no matter what level you're at, you're still human. We thought they were all aliens, didn't we? But clearly not. But yeah, no, in these conditions as well, pushing it to the limit, they're just going over that white or yellow line and getting those track limits in. But I'll tell you one thing we haven't spoken about, Jesse, well, certainly not since I've been here, is some of these great liveries. I've just seen the Schumi-Skins, typical, leading the way with some of the fantastic liveries. And I believe they got a different one just for this race. And
They do indeed.
does it bring a tear to your eye seeing that patriotic flag on there?
No, but it does bring a tear to my eye knowing that Schumi-Skins is sort of retiring from ACC after this race. It's bittersweet. It's been lovely to have them. I think clearly they've captured the community's admiration for their lovely race cars, and they've certainly made a large impact here in RCI in general. Unfortunately, to think that we may never see their lovely cars in ACC again is quite sad. You have to respect their rationale and reasoning behind that, the Porsche being what it is, and that being their car. But man, it's bittersweet. Lovely cars. I said earlier in the broadcast, they've nailed it. The Star Spangled stripes and all that, they look fantastic. The Soren Racing team, the 116, also has an American style livery on it as well. And yeah, I may have saluted it once or twice.
Yeah, I mean, they, like you said, some of their liveries have been absolutely amazing. That's news to me. I didn't know they were surrendering the wheel in this great game. But yeah, that's a shame to hear that. I would love to see what they'll do next. I don't know what they're up to next, but whatever it is, good luck to them. It will be a shame to think that this will be the last race we see them in. But all the best. But where are they at now? P18. Not probably going the way they want it, but it's still a long way to go, isn't there? I mean, we've got just over 2.5 hours to go. With all these drive-throughs, you just never know where you're going to end up.
Certainly do not, and that's the interesting thing. You got to keep going because you don't know what's going to happen. All you can do is try to protect yourself. Jean-Sebastian, that is, for Team Schumi-Skins, thinking about working on Elgard, who just recently served an additional drive-through penalty, so these cars quite close. Cass and Genia trying to work their way through Elgard driving somewhat defensively here. Looks more aggressive than Jean-Sebastian in comparison to Mark, but that could just be driving style here.
It seems to be the thing with the BMW, it looks like anyway, very loose rear end. And apparently from one of our sources we hear that Jordan Daly likes a rear end as well. But yeah, so yeah, it looks like it's a tricky one to drive and getting it all over the place here. But just about managing to keep ahead of the Schumi-Skins Porsche there in the 911. And yeah, let's see how they get on through this last sector.
Just over 2.5 hours to go in the race. A couple of battles still going on. We expect this to kind of accordion together. One thing I will draw your attention to, if you haven't already spotted, I know some of our eagle-eyed viewers certainly have done, the weather in the top right corner has changed again. We're going to go from medium rain down to a sprinkle and down to completely cloudy in 30 minutes. So we are going to get a period without rain. And the big question is, what does that do to the pit strategy for some of these cars, as Mattia De Campo completely slides out, but is able to keep it in line. Thomas Enga Jordan Daly installed into the RCI Esports blue car again. His second trip in the car, second stint that is. He's inside the top 5. Even with the drive-through, they're still inside the top 5. It tells you just how spread out these cars are. They're spread out by about a pit stop for a lot of these cars. So a drive-through, and a lot of that damage is done by drive-throughs, mind you. But if any of these cars have issues, they're not out of range for being overtaken by another car in line, but they are spread out in such a way that you take a drive-through, you only lose about one position. That's what happened to RCI Esports Blue in the end, but now currently threatened by DeCampo, Thomas Enga for 5th.
Yeah, it certainly looks like the McLaren of the Campo there is really sort of closed up on them, haven't they? I mean, it got past dispatched Dorber in the 256, and they've crawled their way up and really on the back of Jordan now into the bus stop.
Well, Mr. Stevenson, it's been absolutely brilliant having you. I think your team's going to want you back. Thanks for coming and talking to us a little bit and, discussing your egg technique. We'll certainly be trying to improve upon that myself. I didn't even know that was possible, to be fair, but always a pleasure to have you. Give our best to the Drop in the Hammer team. Good luck to the finish. And more than anything, Les, thanks for all the help you've given us around here over the last year or so.
No, thank you, and thank you for having me, Jesse. And it's always fun. I love it. I love coming in here and having a laugh and being able to help with the broadcast. And thanks for everything you do, Jesse. So anyway, I'll leave you guys to it. Enjoy the rest of the split one, the race here. It looks like it's going to be going dry, so it'll be interesting to see how these wet tyres last into the dry stint. So I'll be looking in with a keen eye. But all the best.
Yes, indeed. Les Stevenson, ladies and gentlemen, making his appearance on the broadcast. That was somewhat unscheduled, John, to have Les with us. He talked to me. I talked to him this morning, and he asked about the schedule and everything, but he just showed up, and he loved to see it. You've met Mr. Stevenson before, an imposing figure.
Yeah, I have. Very weird how it came about. Find a Elgato key light on Facebook Marketplace, but it's a little bit too far from me. Les was in the area for work, and then Les was in my area for shopping with his wife. So all the clouds aligned, and I got myself a bargain of an Elgato product courtesy of Les Stevenson. So big props to him. But yeah,
Les
not
Stevenson
how
delivery service.
Yeah, Les Stevenson courier dropping the parcel racing maybe or something. I don't know.
Dropping the parcel. Okay, so I can understand you're not in the logistics business, but let me explain it to you. That's not what you want to do.
Ah, right. Okay. Don't drop the parcel racing then.
Let me ask you a serious question. You ever work for FedEx?
No.
All right. Well, I could have sworn you dropped my package a few times. Here's the battle for 16th place. They're happening everywhere, and we're losing it up here in the booth. We're glad that you're with us, John Dalton. I'm not John Dalton. I'm Jesse Lee. I'm Jesse Lee, joined by John Dalton, Ash Bibby, as always, ruining me from behind the cameras here today in the race. We're happy you're with us, even though we're starting to lose it here in the box. Been that kind of day. The weather messes with you. It's messing with us, and it's quite brilliant, though. The races that you have to say that we've had, but we're still treated to. Battles inside the top 5, and I hate to say it, the race is being slightly overshadowed by the fear of drive-through penalties. I just keep looking at that list, especially in that top 10, John, just worrying that I'm going to see another one anytime now, and could.
Yeah, it's been a bit dicey, hasn't it, on the old drive-through penalties, of course. During my break, just catching a bite to eat and a little browse around the internet, but still keeping my eye on the TV monitors up here. And yeah, plenty of cars still copping the drive-throughs. And we know that the race leader from earlier on, of course, Boris Bitteralf, leaked to us in an interview that they are on 3 track limit warnings, 1 more, and your race leader will be down the pit lane as well. So dicey times for everyone. I'm sure there's plenty more cars in the field that do have 3 to their name. And of course, it means 1 more and you're coming down the pit lane, I'm afraid, and you don't want to be the driver that does it because it really demotivates you to run the rest of your stint. I've done it myself at Suzuka, a little bit too wide out of Spoon Corner, and copped the last drive-through penalty. I didn't cop the first 3, but I was the one that got the final one. And yeah, you do really demotivate yourself. And you know, as long as you've got a good team behind to pull you out of that mood, then you know you can certainly push on and gain back some of that lost time. Joe Dorber currently in P7 for Rebound Racing. They've had a fantastic run even after finding the Steady Start Racing Blue Entry long ways across the front end of that 720S in the inner loop bus stop section earlier on. They've definitely fought back on their race. Christian Nesmian still down in P11. It's very hard to gain time, isn't it, Jesse? And you know, such a talented field. Once you lose the time, it's so hard to make it back up. You know, running in clear out at the moment. The next car is De Jong, 9 seconds up the road in that Mercedes, and we've already seen these two come together earlier on, where of course the message across the back of that Mercedes was probably infuriating to Matthias, who was at the wheel at the time of the battle. It's one of them, isn't it? You just, you know, so frustrating losing time, but it's even more frustrating when you can't make it up or see any kind of ground gained from the comeback.
Jean-Sebastian Casangina trying to make a move here around the inside, around the outside of the S's. It's a brave old move. He's unable to do it, and I fear he's going to be out-dragged by the BMW of Mark Elgaard. Certainly some pace left in Jean-Sebastian. Team Shumi Skins here. Definitely not forfeiting anything at this stage. Not quite go time yet, but whenever you find yourself in a battle, you want to dispatch of it as quickly as possible. Oh, huge slide here. Oh, it's going to be contact. Elgaard gets over the curb. I don't know if he high-centered it or maybe just aquaplaned a little bit. Different torque for different wheels depending on the surface it's on. Ends up wiggling in the middle of the racetrack. And Jean-Sebastian just drives right at the back of him. Can't really figure out where to go. Punts him. The BMW goes into the wall. What a strange event there in the short shoot.
Yeah, we've seen some strange things happening, but yeah, that's got to be one of the strangest from today. It almost looked like Casangina was looking at maybe another monitor or, you know, like a dashboard somewhere. It didn't really look like he was kind of looking at the back of Elgaard's car, and unfortunately the M4 rear end got larger and larger until it was in the bonnet of the Porsche. Elgaard, very unfortunate, into the wall. That's just going to add to their woes, but fingers crossed the McLeod Racing team can get that car going again. Casangina will stay out. Elgaard looks like he's hugging the low side, but he does actually keep going. Very surprisingly, I thought he'd pull the car down into the pit lane. Meanwhile, Jordan Daly, we ride on board with him, clattering into the wall just before, of course, we will go to a quick break. Of course, myself and Jesse Lee with you until the checkered flag. Ash Bibby behind the cameras, again with you all the way through. Give us 5 to 10 minutes and just get ourselves refreshed, and we'll be right back with you here on RCI TV. Turn your speakers up and enjoy the onboard. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the RCI World Tour 2023, live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Watkins Glen plays host to the final round today here at RCI, just over 5.5 kilometers in length with only 11 turns. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator, alongside me Jesse Lee and Ash Bibby behind the cameras, and of course a big hello to all of our live stewards as well. Welcome back, everyone.
Well, we're here and we're quite close to the final 2 hours of the race, and for Max Shea and the SPHE Motorsport car, the same fate that has befallen Heimo earlier in this race has befallen them. A drive-through penalty, nothing in from the stewards here in split one in the past. My goodness, it's been hours, I've just realized, since we've had a report in this split. These are all self-inflicted injuries, and for Max Shea, it's the loneliest trip down pit lane, drive-through for track limits.
Yeah, he's got a bit of time to play with, though, hasn't he, between himself and Meza behind in the number 121. They're just entering the final turn currently, so still plenty of lead to be had there. Jonathan Clifford in the 224 is the next car on the podium, of course, after the demise of Heimo, and of course the number 146 N&M car going backwards earlier on in the grid. They've managed to keep it clean and make up some good positions, along with the Limitless Speed drivers, and of course the Thomas Engers Sim Racing entry in 5th. RCI Blue slipping back a little bit in P6 after a drive-through penalty for them. Joe Dorber, of course, after punching a Ferrari in the door through the inner loop. They find themselves down in P7 as Max Shea there goes for a move on the BBS racing car and almost panics too much, I think, and puts themselves on the wetter line. Jesse, we were speaking about it earlier. You don't want to be on that kind of half wet, half dry line, and that's exactly why the number 82 there going up the banking almost of that corner into the grass, and then it's very hard to get that car back off the wet grass once it's on there. So
horrible place, John, for that car to be. They're backwards, looking back up the short chute there. And that is not where you want to be. In fact, that car is still there. They're trying to work it out, the 82 is, on how to best get that car, number one, the right direction, and do it where they're not impeding other traffic. In fact, they just have. They're facing the right direction and now going again. But it took them quite a long time, did Michael Alston, to get that car going. But I think they erred on the side of caution there, and you can only credit them for it at BBS Racing, because if they would have just whipped that around, who knows? We've seen a couple of cars try that today, and they've just spun out more due to the weather conditions. So lost a bunch of time, but realistically, the more important thing was that they did that safely, and I think they did. They were off the racetrack, but pointed the wrong direction, and because of the steering angles of these cars, you can't really, unless you just goose it and hope it goes the right way. All you can really do is wait for a big enough gap, do a 5 million point turn, get it back going the right direction, find a spot and rejoin like you would on any highway or a dual carriageway. So that's what they've done. I don't even see a whole lot of damage, or if any damage at all. In fact, they're not even coming down pit lane. So I don't think they hit anything. It was just a long, lazy slide that ended with them backwards. But best I could tell, did a good job on the rejoin.
I've worked out, Jesse. I thought I saw on the sidewall of the tyre some yellow writing from afar. Just double checked in my game, and even my game is displaying dry 1 tyres on the HUD. So the BBS racing car, not for the first time in this race, on dry tyres on a wet track. The track is officially deemed wet. It's still raining here at the Glen. It stops in the next 10 minutes or so, staying dry for the next 30 at least. But have they been a bit too premature on these dry tyres? You can tell that Michael Lautzen isn't all too confident in the Mercedes anymore. You know, very different to Van der Katsbeek that we saw earlier on the fully wet tyres. And of course, with Christian Nesmian and De Jong coming up behind, this could get very dicey indeed. But the number 82 Mercedes on dry tyres.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think they jumped the gun just a little bit. This track's very much wet, and it might have bitten them. Then that will also explain why it took them quite so long to get that car turned the right direction. If you think being on wet tires and being in the grass is bad. Being on dry tires and trying to get out of wet grass, nearly impossible. The fact they were able to do it is a small achievement unto itself. But what they were trying to do is be the first on the dry tires, be there when they come in. When they come in, meaning when they are equal to or better than having wet tires on the car. But the problem is that they've done that quite a bit early. And if they haven't meant to do that, then that is another mistake. We've seen that already happen once today with a car that went out on dry tires. I think that was the 146 of Christian Ness. I think that was the N&M car, in fact, that we're watching right now. So we've seen it happen before. It wouldn't be out of the park to see another team have gotten that wrong. But either way, an unfortunate series of events. Certain cars may be now thinking, how long can they go? And I would probably say everybody on this sequence of stops, surely, John, are going to be putting on the dry Pirelli P0s.
I don't know, Jesse. It's quite low in track temperature and air temperature. It's only 19 degrees here at the Glen, currently 9 a.m. in the morning, but very cold in air and track. And of course, that's the big determining factor about how fast the circuit dries. I think if it was me at the helm of the car and if pit stops were impeding, I mean, let's have a look at some timers. Of course, we're kind of guessing up here in the box almost on the stint timers of various cars. If you take a look at the Odox Motorsport car, just over 26 and a half minutes left on their stint. So I can't see the track drying out in the next hour, maybe the next hour 26 potentially. But I mean, if you take dry tires in the next 20 minutes, it's going to be a very big gamble indeed. But it could be proved wrong, and we may see some drivers electing to take the dry tires. But again, with the discussion of the max PSI wets this week, I think everybody's just going to be gunning for a set of those and see what happens.
Wow. I'm going to disagree with you. I like to be a contrarian. I think they have to take dries. They have to take dries. Somebody's going to have to do that. They're going to have to do something contrarian, something different here. The dry line very clearly forming here. The track's still wet, yes. But by the time the pit stops come around, I think you're going to have to do that. There will be teams that do not do that in all likelihood, but I think you have to. There's no way, though. This is too early. I think De Jong's about to come down pit lane. There's no way they're putting on dry tires because this is certainly too early. I'm talking about a pit stop at 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes down the road for a lot of these cars. So I'm not talking about anything immediate. But De Jong in the 888 is down pit lane, pitting out of 11th place. And I'm quite curious what they'll do. I can only imagine Jordy Suss is going to put wets on. Like you said, this is too early. I think we can all agree on that. We started out this morning at 14 degrees C, by the way. That was the ambient and track temperature. It has gotten warmer as the day's gone on. And by the day, I mean the morning, just after 9 a.m. in sim time here in upstate New York. And it's 19 degrees C, so we have gained quite a bit of that. The wind's calmed down. The rain has all but stopped. It is completely cloudy, overcast as we call it here. And Bertrand De Jong for Jordy Suss into the pit lane. And what our broadcaster Ash Bibby's looking for, he's looking for those sidewalls to change color. So are we.
Yeah, so 30 seconds stop down the floor, and it is a set of dry tires. A very interesting choice, I would say, especially for the Jordy Suss car being the first car down the lane, essentially, for this round of pit stops, should we say. Track is still deemed wet. He's going to come out in just behind the Joe Dorber car, number 256, and there's your P2 there as well. Odox Motorsport, the number 121, getting very close to the back of Joe Dorber, but you can just see how wet it is offline still, Jesse. There's still a lot of standing water, a lot of puddles, and if Otto Alila has to move over for any reason or deviate from that drier line, they're certainly going to find themselves in a world of trouble.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's not particularly bad. I mean, it's bad enough. There's a run-in line that you can clearly see on the screen. That's not a dry line by any stretch of the imagination. That's still wet. It's just a run-in line, meaning that there's not any large amount of standing water. You can see the shiny parts of the racetrack are where the standing water is, and inside the cracks you can see even like little weepers and rivers. But what Otso's driving on is a very wet racetrack that is retaining some moisture. It's being dried off by the cars going over it, but it is by no means dry at all. The problem for Otso is not driving on this line. The problem is, just like what he did, when you get off that line with any of the tires, particularly the rears, into that shiny part on dry Pirelli tires, you have absolutely no grip, and a lot of times you're a complete passenger. How much traction control are they running? TC4 on this bad boy for Jordy Suss right now. That's pretty normal, I would say. Must have a lot of confidence in the car. He's not really fighting it too hard, but I don't think, as the track has just gone damp, I don't think we've hit the equalization point on lap time, but the scoreboard will be the final tell on that.
Yeah, it's normally somewhere in the stage, isn't it, from greasy to dry that the magic window kind of appears. You can just see the steering inputs there out of the last corner for O'Lila. TC4, ABS 3 on map 1 out of the 3 maps on the Mercedes. That is the fastest map available. Indicator on, I believe, on the dashboard there. You're going to see the 712 passing on driver's right, and rightfully so, of course, with the wet tyre. Far more grip in that 296 at the moment, but could be a stroke of genius for O'Lila. Like you say, time will tell on that one, but yeah, TC level 4 is about normal, I would say, for the Mercedes. We saw earlier on, of course, O'Lila almost drifting the car around when they were fighting the number 146 N&M entry, and you know, that would have been low levels of TC as well, even on the wet tyre. You can see there how much opposite lock went in through the inner loop, a good dab of it as they transitioned from right to left, and already up the high side of that banking. That's not going to be good. You can see the wiggle already as they try to squeeze the throttle on. It's a squirrely moment indeed, but a little bit too early, I would say, for the Jordy Suss car.
Well, yeah, certainly losing time here, fighting it a little bit. Every time they drop a tire anywhere near sort of where the standing water is, it becomes a problem, and they're going to have to keep this under wraps. And they still are going to be the first car in this situation, but they're going to lose so much time. You wonder, is it particularly worth it? But you can't really fault Jordy Suss. They're running where they're running, and sometimes may not make sense to everybody. You just got to do something different. You got to do something off strategy, something nobody else is willing to do, just to be different. And there's no harm to, if you're not competing for a top spot, I mean, do something a little different, experiment a little bit. Even if you don't win today, learn something for tomorrow, and that's kind of the point. Everybody's out here having fun, but you're also learning about the car, the sim, what you're capable of as well, for some instances. Mark Elgard has brought the McLeod racing car into pit lane. Drum roll, please, Mr. Dalton. What do you reckon? There's going to be wet tires on that car, or are they going to dries?
It's got to be dries, I would say, probably for Mark Elgard and crew. Again, time will tell, like you say. We'll see if the sidewalls change on the side of this BMW for McLeod Racing Team, the number 41. Gamers Apparel sponsored on the side there. Going to have to wait about 30 seconds or so for the mechanics to work their magic, of course. Fuel the car fully, change 4 Pirelli tyres before dropping the car off the jacks, and on they go again. Front end damage, more than likely a little bit of a desync bug, of course, with the
common issue in ACC.
Common issue with ACC. Yeah, all you need to do really is bump the front end of the car again, and all will appear fixed. Very strange bug. Been there from the beginning, from memory. But yeah, let's have a look as we see another car coming into the pit lane there. That's going to be the number 141, currently Tudor Budu at the helm of that. Of course, Lamborghini Super Trofeo Silver Champion on RCI Mondays, so very acclaimed driver in that car. Managed to make it a split 1, of course, so definitely had some pace from the get-go in the pre-qualifying. Off the jacks they go, and it looks like a yellow Pirelli sidewall there.
Sure does.
I would say Svenček has been sent out on some dry tyres to test the waters, pardon the pun there, and see what happens. But Jesse, top right hand side, 30 minutes, look what's coming.
Oh my goodness, going to be rain again in 30 minutes, and that, for anybody who hasn't made a stop or is due one in the next 15, that is going to be another tough call to make. What do? Do you sacrifice the longevity of the wet tire and put them on there and drive on a dry track again, or do you try to go on a dry tire and make up as much as you can? These are decisions that the teams are making. This is one day. Normally, John, I'm envious of the teams out there racing. I'd like to be racing with them, but today's not one of those days. They're having it's not because of the racing. The racing's been fantastic. It's just the strategy calls are so tough. There's pros and cons to each, and I would hate to have to be the one making those calls. Clifford is in for Alpha Sim Sport, the 137. Christian Lindgren behind the wheel there. That car is in as well for the Sim Brothers. And you have the 911, the Team Shimi Skins car. Guessing Gina in as well. So they've also all come in. I think if you're pitting right now, I think we all agree you don't have a choice. You got to put the dry tires on, but you are likely going to be coming back down the pit lane in probably not 30 minutes time, closer to 40, maybe 45, depending on how hard the rain comes down. But the real question we have now isn't what tires you're going to put on, because we assume it's dries. The question now becomes, when do you come in, and how hard is that rain going to come down? We've had a couple of significant periods of rain in this race, but could this be the time? It almost breaks the cycle. If we just get light rain, you might be able to eke out this stint on the dries just.
Yeah, potentially. You know, the later you pit, the better it will be. Of course, the drier the circuit, and the more advanced of a drying line you would have access to. Although, do you decide to drop those wet tires on again in preempt of the rain in 30 minutes? I mean, looking at Max Shea's stint timer in the lead, 17 minutes 50 before he has to come down pit lane. So he's going to have about 15 minutes or so of dry running, or drier running, should we say, before the heavens in theory will open again. So it's going to be a very tricky call for the SPH Motorsport crew. And again, this could be a relatively tricky call for everyone on the field, not just, of course, your race leaders. Again, any drivers that have more than one car in the field, I don't think there is any currently at the moment. Everybody else on a single car entry, should we say. So nobody's going to have that spare car to experiment with. It's a wonderful thing about racing with teams. 4 Sim Brothers cars that we had, I believe, at the start, 2 McLarens, 2 Porsches. They could experiment between each other. They, if they're on an off cycle between any 4 of those cars at any given moment, they can pull one and test the waters. But again, you don't have the luxury in today's race. Everybody on a single team entry, of course, today. So that could have been a possibility.
Very much could have been. And a lot of times, too, these teams are sitting back and they're watching the data. If you have a pit stop coming up, let's say that you're Max Shea for SPH, you're in a good position because you're watching the other teams. You're paying attention to some of the cars that have come in, especially cars that that have considerable pace comparative to you, despite what they've had to deal with today. And you see them come in early, and you're all of a sudden you're paying attention to their lap time, and you're looking at your lap time trying to figure out, okay, this is the best strategy. And if you are SPH, you're in the best seat in the house. You're at the front of the field. You're the one making the overarching decisions here, and based on the lead that they still have, even after that drive-through penalty for track limits, you can kind of roll the dice here a little bit. You can cut your stint off a little bit, come in, get the dry tires, get the best out of them before the rain comes back in, even if it gets too heavy, and then swap it back out then. But it's all about the drivers that have committed to the dry tire right now, taking a look at their data. What does their data look like compared to ours? Is it worth it to change the strategy? And I think it is at this point. If you're one of these lead cars, piggyback off of some of that data that you get off of the gambling cars. Figure that out. Clearly nobody, well, we're about to see. They're about to come down to where you would come into pit lane, just shy of turn 11. Let's see. Anybody telling Max Shea anything? I don't think so. I would imagine there was a flasher lit up on the McLaren there with the speed that Shea got out from behind him, but he doesn't come in. But DeCampo does, so not yet willing to pull the trigger or reset the strategy is SPH.
Yeah, so they still got obviously a bit of time underneath them, just under 15 minutes now on their stint timer. So again, if they can eke it out as long as they can, maybe they'll go for a set of wets again. Maybe they'll try and keep them alive for 15 minutes before the heavens open. And then, of course, see if they can nurse them through the remainder 45 minutes or so of the stint. Justin Madley, of course, currently aboard the Steady Start Racing Blue entry. Again, they've been in the wars today. Paintwork very scuffed on that car. I imagine the Ferrari spare parts bin is going to get raided at Maranello come Monday to rebuild that car back up, but still putting in a great effort nonetheless. Mitchell Menez Rodriguez, again a name we're very familiar with from RCI Mondays, teamed up with Christian Lindgren today. Only 2 Sim brothers in this event, Jesse. That seems like a very weird thing to say after watching about 6 Ginettas buzz around on Monday series just last week.
Yeah, it sure is. The Ginetta Cup, of course, a very interesting series that we had. I had a lot of fun with that. Just so much chaos. You wouldn't expect a one-make series to be like that, but every single race was apocalyptic chaos, and I mean that in the best way for a lot of it. There were some drivers that just were not backing down, straight up elbows out racing. And as unfortunate as that is for the accidents that occurred, it was impossible to follow properly. And in a weird way, I enjoyed the heck out of that. We get so used to the normal race flow, but that was not what we saw in that Ginetta Cup. And in the end, a deserving champion, of course, a couple of deserving champions, mind you. Some really interesting racing there, and how they were able to use the pit strategy and all that as well on Monday. We look forward to the new Monday champs next year, and we look forward to the AMS 2 one-off this coming Monday right here on RCI TV. Mark Elgard's got out of the car again, and he's joined us in chat, and I don't like his verbiage right now. Head up, Mark. It's a frustrating day indeed, but they are determined to get that car across the line tonight.
Yeah, so not giving up is the mentality in the McLeod Sim Racing camp, it seems. Been through the wars again, another car today. Not had the ideal day, but P17 still soldiering on, so good to see there. Jordan Daly, meanwhile, on the back of Chris Warner. This is for P4. Technically overall, and Jordan Daly certainly not going to take this one lying down. I say Chris Warner pitted lap 128. Daly still yet to pit. Lap 103 was the last time by for them, so any moment now we will see Daly probably peel into the pit lane. Just going to double check their stint timer. 12 minutes left on theirs, and of course Chris Warner still with 58 minutes left, so this battle will be very short-lived, unfortunately, due to maximum driver time in a stint. So Alpha Sim Sport deciding to pull the car a little bit earlier.
Certainly has, and at some point you got to consider when you need to pull the trigger on your stop. It's going to be in an interesting area for the RCI eSport team, because I suspect that rain cloud that's been sitting at 30 is going to end up at 10 sooner or later. I've kind of lost track on when that actually came in, but it's going to be closer to 10 minutes than 30. I can assure you of that. And they may just put another set of wets on, especially if them and a couple of other cars can continue to run this out a little bit. There's not going to be any use to put on the dry tire. The dry tire has worked for those that are a little bit off sequence, and it may even have helped them a little bit with the positioning on the track. Well, Elgard joined us in chat, and lost a little bit of hope is what it sounded like. Here comes Daly looking for position P4. Werner's giving him the inside. The Alpha car is, and in fact, he obliges. Daly's through. The RCI eSport car up to P4 again. Chris Warner, that was interesting. Just did not want to have to race and realize that the BMW got down to the inside. More respectful driving. You love to see it out of these top teams. But anyway, we are joined by Mark Elgard. Mark, what's going on, buddy? Talk to us. You seem a little discouraged in chat.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I had a minor incident with the 911 car. I was going through, I think it's turn 5 or something, and lost control of the car and saved it. But they just rear-ended me. Not on their fault, to be honest, but they... it was just a racing incident that cost me like 30 seconds of damage, and everything just went downhill. I was feeling so good, but damn.
Well, I mean, tell us about what's gone wrong today.
What has gone wrong? Uri didn't feel right during the quali, and he was supposed to start, which he did. But there was just something off, like the pace and stuff. We're getting into it now, but at the start it was just off, like 1.5 seconds, and we couldn't keep up. Now it feels better, and as I said, I was feeling good, and was actually together with the 911. We were battling and doing faster times than first place. We were catching him, so we were on pace. It's just it's just one of those races.
Of course, Elgar drives for McLeod Racing. We heard from Yara Sinchek earlier on in the day. This is Elgar was the driver in the car when we were talking to Uri earlier, and now we get to talk to Mark. By the way, the 669 Sinkowski in the pit lane and out, and they have rejoined the fray, the Luna Rossa Racing car. But we talked with Elgar of McLeod Racing here, and well, we talked about sort of where it had gone wrong, but you've been putting messages in chat all day, speaking to the, well, it's not been perfect, but we're not going to quit. We're not going to do that. That's not who we are. Why is that such a defining principle, I assume, of McLeod Racing, not just yourself, but your entire team? Why is that a principle that you guys have? We're not going to quit. We're going to finish this race.
It's something that has been with McLeod all the time since I've joined. And it's just, I think, like the owners of the team, or the main leaders, are Scottish heritage or something, and they had a motto or verbiage up there that was something like "hold fast," and that has just been keeping with MRT the whole time. So it's the whole fast, that we don't give up, and we try and learn and do what we can. Even though we might be slower, maybe we can learn to have better racecraft, or learn to go through traffic, or let through traffic easier and better and stuff like that. So it's just all about like putting in the time when you are expected to put in the time. Maybe we're not practicing as much and could do better in some ways, but it's just when we're here, we're not leaving. So
you got to respect it, and I respect the fortitude to carry on after a couple of incidents. A lot of drivers would be willing to throw in the towel in certain situations. You get a couple of drive-throughs, you get behind a couple laps, whatever it may be, and they just sort of lose hope. But you guys have never done that. That is not a thing that you have ever even considered, and it's just it goes to show the mentality of the team. We know that. We know your pedigree. We know your ability on the racetrack. But I want to play a game with you, Mark. Tell me something about your team that we couldn't possibly know.
It's bigger than you expect, and mostly also that McLeod Racing is mainly not an ACC team. It's actually a Forza team, Forza Motorsports. So we're just a couple of drivers.
I gotcha. Do you run a similar livery in Forza as you do here, or is it completely different?
No, this has been crafted by Varley, but it is the main colors of the team right now. So that's there's like a what's it called, like a banner in some ways, and we run those colors and give the livery designers their freedom to do whatever they need to. So yeah.
How's that viewed? Obviously, are you, because you're ACC and they're Forza, is there like a detachment where there's not a lot of cross communication, or is it just like one big group where you just end up dividing and conquering? How does that work inside the team?
It's usually split up mostly. It was a little bit closer earlier, but as you may know in communities, some people leave, some people stay, some people go on to different things. So we're doing our best, but we have a Discord for the main team where there's a general chat and all that, and then we have an main ACC one where most of prepping and setups and all that goes on.
Fair enough. By the way, for those of you keeping a track on the weather, first of all, Jordan Daly gives up 4th place, comes down pit lane. We expect rain to appear in that 10-minute window box anytime now. It hasn't yet, but more importantly than the light rain is the medium rain that now has appeared beyond the 30-minute barrier. So the track has gone greasy as well. No longer damp. Greasy just means that there's not really any rubber down on the racetrack. Not quite green, if you will, but it's dirty, but it is also not particularly wet. So this is the furthest into the cycle we've got all day as far as the dry track is concerned. There's definitely a dry line there. No real rubber on it at this time, but greasy nonetheless. 21 degrees on the track, 19 ambient, but we are expecting rain. Talking with Mark Elgard of McLeod Racing, and I learned that there's a Forza team over there as well. That was something I didn't know. Bigger than they appear, but is it, what is the dynamic like inside that team? Is it, do they look at the ACC drivers as like hardcore, or do you look at the Forza drivers as, I don't know, maybe they have more standardized leagues there? I don't know, like, what's the sort of vision, the optics between the different teams like?
Well, as I think I rounded last time at Suzuka, McLeod Racing is mostly kind of freelance, so you're able to do whatever you wish to, but we will gather people for an event and bring in people if they're the right caliber and have the right mindset. So it's actually pretty calm, and there's not any heavy expectations. But as far as from ACC part, my leading style as the manager is usually that race to have fun, and if you have fun, you will automatically become better because you use more time doing it. So yeah, that's more or less how we normally do it. I would like to say though that that there is a minor struggle with the car right now, because we changed to dry tires when I got out of the car, and it's greasy now, which means the dries are first like about now getting into the window. So we've been quite a bit slower now, and it's now that Uri is getting into it, and then the rain comes. So I told him I would never get to drive in the dry, and that seems to be true.
So assuming you're getting in the car next.
Yeah, I'm ending the race, and hopefully I don't get any more drive-throughs, because those limits are interesting. Like, I was chasing the 911, and we were going through the second to last corner. He went off track, slid sideways, hit the wall and everything, damaged the car fully, and he got a drive-through for track limits, even though like he was off and braking and everything. So they are not fun. Most of ours have been like going through first corner and then just dropping the rear on the wet curbs a little. By that, losing time, and we still gain penalties every lap almost. I think we have had 3 or 4 drive-throughs. So
Gary Arnaud just about hanging on to the race car there for Soren Racing. We saw the Odox 121 come in a lap ago. They're down and gone. No issues there. You've got Jimenez in and out. Well, Jimenez is in the car now, I should say. We saw Shea come down pit lane. I suspect Shea stayed in that car. I could be wrong about that, but I think Shea's in there. Warner in the Alpha Sim Sport car is now P3. You'll notice that it was a long pit stop for RCI Esports Blue. Jordan Daly brought the car down. They just sort of sat in the box for a very long time. Martin Lawrence, the man we call Lorda around here. I think his own family calls him that too as well, by the way, Lorda. We call him Jesus as well because sometimes Lorda is hard to say with the accent. But either way, Martin Lawrence into the car. But Ash Bibby has told me that was a very long stop for the 769, and he's absolutely right, as Ash, because they went from 4th down to 7th. Unknown exactly what happened. Actually, no, being told by John here that Daly slapped the wall and added several seconds of damage repair to the pit stop. Well done. Team effort there between Bibby and Dalton. Well, Mark, we're going to let you get back to your team, but before then, I got to say, it's been lovely having you for this championship. Thank you for coming in and talking to us here in the booth for, I think, every single race that we've done. Pretty sure.
Every single race so far, yeah.
I do appreciate that. We love having the McLeod team here. We love that spirit, the fighting spirit that you guys have. We hope to see you back in 2024 for races. We'll be here. We hope you are as well. And my very best to the team. Best wishes this holiday as well. And before you go, anybody you want to say hello or shout out?
No, not really. Jirai, he seemed to cover those bases with saying you had a nice voice and everything. So.
All right, Mark. All right.
But no, I just wish everyone Merry Christmas, and I will make sure that if possible, I will join in next year, and I'm pretty sure if not me, then other MRT drivers like Martin Lawrence or Chris Verstappen or someone else. Good check, maybe.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Mark Elgard, always a pleasure to have you here for McLeod Racing. An excellent individual to have in your corner, and McLeod's great, better for having you, I should say. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the race. Hopefully you can continue to get some of these positions back. We'll see you next year, buddy.
Yeah, we will try. Have a good one.
Well, I love interviewing drivers and managers and all that. They all are a little bit different, and one thing I try to do with interviews is I try to get into their head a little bit and see the way that they think. But I didn't have to with Mark. I've never had to. He lays it out there. He says it like it is. He doesn't sugarcoat stuff. But on top of that, very level-headed human being, and he fits my sort of like fighting spirit in a race, John. You don't give up unless you absolutely have to. They've got the mantra over there, and I mean, they stick to it. It's not been a perfect day, but look, they could get a top 15 here today out of this.
Yeah, exactly that, isn't it, Jesse? I mean, I've had many races with, Seb and Tom back when I used to drive quite regularly in RCI, even back in the RLM days, should we say, OBRC when that was a thing as well. I mean, we've all had races that just don't quite go to plan, but again, as long as you can see it through to the end, that is the main thing at the moment. Drivers swapping and changing, chopping and changing fastest laps between them. Matthias in the number 146 had the fastest lap last time by. Honor now goes to Martin Lawrence. So circuit certainly getting a lot quicker than it once was. However, rain is impeding in 10 minutes, Jesse, so drivers are going to have to make the most of it. And I'm sure somebody else is going to take that honor before the clouds open once again.
Yeah, I know it's happened here. The weather's dried up a little bit. Martin's a little bit more confident, and he's a little upset, but he is competing. He's upset that they lost positions. He's trying to get it back, but he doesn't have that honor anymore. And now he does again. Jimenez took that lap away. Odox Motorsports owned it for a few moments. Martin Lawrence took it back, and that's exactly what John's on about. The track is definitely improving. It's greasy, yeah, but it's still improving every lap. Just because the track condition isn't changing doesn't mean that it isn't changing every lap. It's not a stepping system. It is a level, gradual progression. We'll see if Chris Warner can do something, maybe do some damage for the quick lap here. He does not, but it was still a really quick lap. It was the best lap of the race for Alpha Sim Sport, as you would expect, a 47.147. But I know this about Martin Lawrence. I know this about the RCI team in general. They lose time like that. They start to drive, I wouldn't say necessarily angry, but they drive with a little bit more purpose. They're trying a little bit harder than they otherwise normally would do. And that's what you're getting out of Lawrence. That's a check driver on max attack, but so is Jose Jimenez here, the Spanish driver. They're on max attack here. They're trying to cut into that deficit to Shea up in front for SPH. They're the closest of the top 5. Obviously, they're P2, but they also might have the best shot if they can continue to do what they're doing. Keeping the gap under 30 seconds, though, is going to be quite imperative, and I fear it isn't under 30 seconds anymore now.
I say Jimenez is running about 3 seconds a lap quicker than Shea out front. I mean, the difference here being the 969 is on a set of wet tyres as Jimenez there goes for the fastest lap once again. I'm sure somebody else will have an answer just behind him. We'll keep an eye on that one. But yeah, 46.597 dry-tyred Audi R8 for the Odox Motorsport camp versus the SPHE Motorsport crew that, of course, are on the wet tyre still, as Martin Lawrence has 146.600 dead on. So very close to beating Jimenez again that time by, but not quite enough this time. So Martin probably going to have another stab at it before the heavens open and see if he can lock in that fastest lap for the bonus points on the championship. Thomas Earntrout, we've not heard a lot from these guys in this race, Jesse Lee. They're limitless speed drivers, of course. Always good pace in those guys. Earntrout, Nardazinski, and Crap will take aboard that car for obviously the next hour and a half. So cycling through some drivers, and number 23's had a fairly stable race, I would say. We've not really seen them too much on our screens, which could always be a good thing, you know, quiet race, easy life and all that. But yeah, fantastic showing from these guys. Currently in P5, just 20 seconds behind De Campo for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry. Both of these cars appear to be on wet tyres. Looking at their lap times, 1 minute 50 for De Campo, 1 minute 51 for Earntrout, and meanwhile Jose Jimenez probably trying to set the timing boards on fire, I would say. Jesse Lee making the most of the greasy circuit on the dry tyres, of course, trying to get all the heat he can, loading up the car in all of these corners along his way to the start-finish line. Let's ride on board for briefly. Let's have a look at the steering inputs. How balanced is that Audi? So we've got a TC number of 2, ABS number of 2 as well, so fairly low numbers in the grand scheme of things. Of course, we did see at Bathurst again, he does go quicker, 145.740. Jimenez lighting up the timing boards at the moment, but we did see at Bathurst, of course, a few drivers electing the 0 TC option across the top of the mountain, but with the weather here today, no such thing will be at hand. So Audi R8 drivers looking very settled in their nature, and we said earlier, didn't we, Jesse, they don't look too strong in qualifying, but once you get this car into the race trim, it really becomes alive. And you know, SPH and Odox both getting the most out of this manufacturer right now. Certain
cars do things better than others, and it's one of those things where you sort of grin and bear qualifying because you get to the race, you're like, okay, I'm going to have an actual chance here. I mean, it's the same thing in any sort of motorsport that's not a spec series. I mean, of course, you can have drivers that are better at qualifying and better in some that are better at racing as well, but more pronounced in cars like this. Some cars are just not suited to set that one blistering quick lap, but over the course of a stint, they're better on their tires. Their aero works a little bit better. They help the driver out. You can certain cars can even bail your driver out in a hectic situation. Others are harder to drive, more prone to make mistakes. So all that sort of balances out a little bit, yin and yang of racing. And here it comes, the rain again. The track never went green. It never went anything past greasy. And now the weather is back out. The question becomes, how long will the ball stay in Jimenez's court? Because Shea is now, we know, is on those old wet tires. Certainly they'll be coming in and putting on more wet weather tires. They've elected here to try and not come in and change up the strategy too much based on when the rain was coming in. And right now, that's how it stands between the top two. Juraj Svinček in the McLeod Racing car. We know that Mark's going to get back in the car at some point. Elgard will finish up today's racing according to his interview. I imagine that means that Juraj will do a mini stint or something. I don't know exactly how close their stint lines up, but either way, We know that's their strategy. Justin Madley for Steady Start Racing. You talked about limitless speed drivers earlier on, the 23, Aaron Trout behind the wheel right now. They're one of those cars. They're one of those teams. They're always a top 5 threat. They're always a podium threat, limitless speed drivers, but they're very quiet about it. You don't talk about them much in a race. They go about their business. They're not really involved in much. It's just they're quiet, they're efficient, and they collect hardware a lot of times too inside the top 5 here today. They've let everybody else make their own mistakes, haven't they? And limitless speed drivers just picking up the pieces.
Yeah, I guess it's the German efficiency kicking in. Maybe, of course, the most of the drivers on the roster originating from Germany. So very efficient country in its own right, and very disciplined in some methods as well. So probably translating quite well into the virtual world, should we say, here today at the Glen. Like you say, don't really speak much about them, but they do get results, and they do go quite well. I mean, we saw dominance from them in another Monday series. I forget which one it was off the top of my head, but a good showing from them all during that one. Meanwhile, Chris Picker down towards the back of the field. P16 currently, of course, was the car fighting with Svenček and the McLeod Racing Team until the disaster struck on the exit of this corner. Actually, when the 41 lost the rear end, and the number 911 had nowhere really to go during that scenario, but. Looking at the chat that's going on at the moment, the way to drive this car apparently is 0TC and floor it, is what we've been told. So, yeah, a very interesting strat there. And of course, the Porsche with the weight over the rear axle and the engine mounted at the back, it kind of dominates itself nearly to wet weather traction more than anything. On that one, so yeah, fantastic showing from them, and again, one of their last ACC events. I know we keep harping on about it, but it will be a team that we are quite sad to lose, of course, especially with the fantastic artwork that they have provided. And if you've not yet voted over in the Simi Awards, I believe the Shumi Skins camp is around for 2 nominations, I believe, a livery related nomination and a photography, virtual photography related nomination. So you can be sure that my votes definitely went to those guys. So fingers crossed they get something out of that. But yeah, shame to see them go. But again, needs must sometimes. And maybe we'll see a one-off cameo appearance, of course, with the Porsche GT2s being announced today. Of course, 2 cars will be coming in the GT2 pack from the Porsche manufacturer. So you never know, we could tempt Shumi back maybe for one last huzzah with a livery on each of those. But yeah, sad to see you guys go. Meanwhile, Freddie van der Katsbeek, we saw him earlier on dry tyres, was all over the place, really trying to make them last. I think now looks like possibly wet tyres from this camera angle. It's very hard to tell on this. It could actually be dries. I'm seeing a stripe of some kind, I'm sure. I could be imagining things though.
That's wet.
It is wet. Sorry, I've just cammed through into my own game just to get a proper closer look. But yeah, it is wet tyres on that car, so they're in the right tyre, should we say, at the moment. But again, Jesse, they've had a lot of dry running on these wets. So, what condition are they truly in? Have they got much tread left in them? Are they more of a slick and a big slide there? I think that answers my question. Very adeptly timed there. Slide from Freddie van der Katsbeek. They're going to be very hot indeed and not yielding too much grip. Track is officially damp. Rain is getting heavier in the next 10 to 30 minutes. So it will play into the hands of some drivers. Frederick Gutmann. Notice he's shuffled down into P2 on the timing board. The delta in the bottom right is yet to update. It should do now when he crosses the line towards the chicane. Oh no, Jose Jimenez, into the pit lane as well for Odox. So a lot of drivers electing to delay their stop. I mean, looking at the SPH timings, they came in lap 139, made a 45-second stop, and then left the pit lane again. This time by it was a 1:07. So a full service has now been done on the SPHE motorsport car. So they'll be good for the next 1 hour and 5 minutes, which means they should come back down the pit lane in theory with 20 minutes to go for a very short splash and dash. That's if, Jesse, we spoke about it earlier in the broadcast, our driver's now going to overfuel the car, try and fuel save a little bit, and just elect for the drive-through for the final stop.
Yeah, that's interesting. Of course, all you have to do, if you can make it to the end from here, which, I don't know, it's a little bit of a stretch, but if you can make it to the end from here, that is what you would do. You would elect to take a elected drive-through, because all you got to do to reset the stint limit, remember the stint limit is 65 minutes. Martin Lawrence bringing the car back in, and this is early, but they're forced to come in, I reckon, to change the tires. But stint limit 65 minutes, that part you know. Those are dry tires. They will be switching to wet tires as the track has just gone damp. This is required. It's a little bit off of their sequence. It will reset their sequence, but they don't really have much of a choice. Much of the field will have to make that same elected choice here. Otherwise, they will suffer greatly if they continue to stay out there. But to my original point, 65-minute stint limit. You don't have to get out of the car. You don't even have to stop in your box to reset that limit. As long as you have drive time left, and there's no reason to believe that none of these drivers, or that any of these drivers are going to be in danger of violating that today, you merely need to break the timing beam at the entry to pit lane, trundle down pit lane safely, and exit. That has reset your stint limit. No stop, no nothing. It's we call it the elected drive-through penalty. It is the most efficient way to do that. If you have the fuel on board, you don't need to stop. There's no reason to stop. To cost yourself 25 to 30 seconds, you just roll down the lane. You have a very quick sort of reset, and you finish the race. And there will be some drivers, based on their final stops here, that might be able to try that indeed. The 141, by the way, also down pit lane. I think Morera has gotten into that car, and they will also be in the same boat. Anybody pitting now will certainly, as John said, have to come down again, but as we continue to tick seconds off the clock, we're getting to the point where some of these cars might be able to brim the tank, make it, and just do the drive-through instead of actually having to stop for fuel.
Yeah, I mean, the Ferrari normally typically quite conservative on the way it uses fuel. Even on the top fuel map, the usage is normally a good litre or so lower than the other cars around it. That's at least how it was when I last looked into it during 1.9's early days. That could have, of course, been changed in numerous patches along the way so far. But Ferrari could be the big gainer, of course, and in the Ferrari at the moment is the N&M competition entry. And if they've realised this, then they could be set for gaining a good chunk of time just by brimming that tank and doing a drive-through down the lane. Of course, you'll have to watch your fuel usage, because don't listen to everything I say, because it could be completely wrong by today's standards in ACC. But a little bit of traffic ahead for Noah Bierback in the form of the 712. Ferrari entry. That moves to one side and through Bierback goes, trying to chase down Zorozic in the number 545. Zorozic just going through the following hairpin, turn 7, before going over the top of the boot down towards the heel of turn 8. So not a massive margin to make up by any means, and we know Bierback and his teammates are very quick indeed. 7.4 seconds to the good is the Lamborghini ahead, and of course Lawrence is the next car ahead of them, so that'll be a bigger ask for the number 146. Meanwhile, Chris Warner currently on the bottom step of the podium. Again, Alpha Sim Sport, Jesse, this race we've not really heard a lot from them. You know, they were lurking kind of in the mid top 10s, didn't qualify particularly well, and they've just driven a very good race so far, keeping the car relatively out of trouble. Chris Warner, Jonathan Clifford and Timothy Flamger all share that entry today. And, you know, the Raging Bull has proved to be, well, it's the highest placed one in the field, and after their early running at Suzuka, they've certainly got some potential. It's one of those stories coming the end of the season. You know, what if the early days of the season had gone better? Could they have really stuck it to SPH E-Motorsport at the top? You know, had Hymo maybe not entered in round 1, could they have done something there as well? It's you know, a story full of what ifs, and fingers crossed next time we run a big endurance league such as this, hopefully we'll see the Alpha Simsport guys back on the grid. Of course, regulars at RCI, I believe Timothy Flamger even racing Saturday Night Owl, so doing very well in that, if I'm right in saying, Jesse.
Yeah, sure is. And you got teams like Alpha Simsport, they're sort of eternal in the way it is. And you bring up a good point. What if the early part of the season had went better for them? Well, they'd certainly be in the championship conversation. We could sit here and talk about ifs and buts all day. I actually quite love to theorize. If they would have just gotten, I don't know, a reasonable finish, 5th or 6th place, which they're more than capable of doing at Valencia, this would be a completely different championship. But that's by the by. they are where they are. They're looking to finish off the championship with a strong point, a podium. Hard to believe that Alpha hasn't had a podium all season. The closest they came, they finished 4th. And I believe that was in the Monza round as well. So hard to believe Alpha hasn't had a podium, but they're certainly working on that tonight. Chris Warner behind the wheel right now. Jimenez, who has the quickest lap of the race, I don't know if he's going to be eclipsed. I think Jose might get to keep that one for Odox. That will not bother SPH at all. They're looking like they're champion-elect and also running away with it. What can you say about SPH that we haven't already? I mean, a couple of wins, a couple of second places, looking to make it 3 in a row here tonight. That's a team that just refuses to lose. And you know what the most interesting thing about all their wins are? They were not necessarily the favored car coming in. They were not the car that was being focused on most of the time. They were a car that had to battle back, and they also allowed everybody else to make their own mistakes, and they didn't. And yes, they've got to drive through today, but so does most of the field. Think about their wins. They were not the dominant car of the day, but it did not matter. They ended up getting the win anyway. They out-strategized them and outran them in the 24. It was an excellent turn of events in Bathurst that got them the win as well. I mean, scary teams are like SPH. They just refuse to lose. They're always in the mix. You make one mistake, and it's too late. SPH is going to beat you.
Yeah, they're almost kind of flawless, aren't they, in their nature that they run through an event, of course. Like you say, dominant from Suzuka, you know, right from the get-go, up inside the top 4. You know, slight mistakes gifted them the win, and they just drove away through the night from there on out. We woke up the next morning still to see them, of course, at the helm of the field and took the overall checker some 24 hours after the green flag dropped. And like you say, at Bathurst, almost gifted the win at the end, of course, when I believe it was Crazy Fly Racing tripped up a back marker on the Conrod Straight. And luckily, I think it was Tim Rule, from the top of my head, was, you know, just right place, right time, made the right call, avoided the accident, and drove away until the checkered flag dropped there. And they've had a fantastic season, you know, starting off with a second in Valencia to Jaimo, netted another second at Monza, I believe, in tricky conditions. Again, that was another mixed event where we had rain, we had sun, and excuse me, everything in between. And of course, Bathurst and Suzuka, you know how that goes. But be sure to check out, of course, Frederick Gutman on YouTube. He has made some fantastic highlight reels. He made one exclusively for the Suzuka 24, which was not only focused on the SPH effort, but everybody in the Split 1 field as well.
Oh, man!
One of those videos that gives you goosebumps. And just turn around to see De Jong, sorry, with the rear of that Mercedes in the air, the 888 just in the background there. Complete wrong line through the chicane there, Jesse.
Yeah, it went over there's like a storm drain and a huge divot there. I don't think the storm drain's actually there in the game, but there's a giant hole in the ground is the point, and you can jump over that. There's a little ramp, if you will, where the ground makes a natural ramp, and you're riding a bucking Bronco at that point, and that's exactly what De Jong did there for Jordy. So lucky, most of the time that happens, even in the best of conditions, you end up backwards or wrecking the car, but they were able to survive that. The problem is that probably still damaged the underside of that race car. So a bit of a catch-22 there. Didn't wreck the car, no. Probably still got some damage on the diffuser or some of the under parts of that vehicle. But more important than anything, that they saved it. 5-second penalty gifted to car 116. I don't know what on earth that could be. I've not received anything from the stewarding department, but that's so rare. That has to be a steward's penalty for something.
I think I can speculate that one, Jesse.
Go on.
I'm going with blue flags being ignored, but we will have a better sense, should we say, when the stewards do report it to us. Some frantic scribbling going on next door. They've finally woken up. Last report we had through was many hours ago for Split 1. It's been Split 2 keeping the stewards awake this time out. McKenna has taken a back seat for the latter half of the race. It's Tim Ireland at the helm of race control now. So
know
any
that guy.
grievances, go and see him. He's a very friendly guy, is our Tim Ireland. Of course, Monday night's event organizer, stroke admin. He organises all the chaotic Ginetta GT4 events, the oddball classes, should we say, that don't really get used a lot. You know, Porsche Cup we've had recently. I believe he was the guru behind when the TCX classes dropped. Oh, a big one there for Justin Madley for the Steady Start Racing Blue entry.
There's no way he wasn't sent, right? He's all by
Let's have a
himself.
look.
How has he made it that far?
Dropped a wheel on the grass, maybe? Just too hot going in, I think, Jesse.
Oh, man. Huge impact with the left rear of the car. The wing is completely skewed on that Steady Start car. That I just assumed, incorrectly, of course, but I just assumed that to go into the wall with that much force, there must have been contact. There was no contact, didn't even grab a curb, just turned too sharply, and that is huge damage. That's the alignment of the rear of that car is going to be completely skewed, and on top of that, the wing, you can see the wing bend, which is not helpful at all at this point. That's going to be massive repairs for the number 33 here late in this race, and that's how easy it can happen. It can happen to absolutely anybody.
We said earlier on, didn't we, the Ferrari parts bin at Maranello probably going to get raided by the SSR Blue entry after contact with Rebound Racing, of course, through the bus stop in a loop earlier on, and I think even more so after contact with the wall there. So, yeah, very unfortunate for those guys. But again, they don't seem to be giving up. They do seem to be pushing on still. Of course, Rawling and Olivier Curtin at the share of that, with Madley alongside them as well. So very unfortunate. Again, momentary lapse of concentration. Maybe just, you do that thing, don't you, Jesse, where you zone off into the abyss mid-race and you blink and you go, that was my breaking point. And by then it's too late, and exactly that happens, especially in a wet circuit. Of course, stopping distances are extended somewhat. Car doesn't quite behave how it should, maybe. In the dry conditions, of course, grip isn't unlimited. There is a limit to some grip, and unfortunately, I think Madley has found that limit. Meanwhile, De Campo still in P6. He's been floating around just inside the top 10 for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry, sharing with Varagnolo. Jesse, have we seen Varagnolo in that car at all this race? I can't recall it.
Yeah, I don't think. Let me look something up real quick. That seems strange to me.
Is this another Zaza happening right before our eyes? Obviously, De Campo can't do the whole race. I mean, he has to give it to
we've not
Varagnolo at some point. But I can't recall ever seeing Varagnolo's name on the timing tower so far.
Varagnolo, I don't think, has been in the car, and it's just them two today. There's no Alessandro Casacaro today, right?
No, it's just the two-man effort across the Thomas Enger entry. So possibly, maybe I've zoned out at some point and Varagnolo's slipped through and I've not realised. But contact there with the Rebound Racing entry. Nico Kumpu, again, didn't look like the door was open, but De Campo certainly shoehorned it open. Nico Kumpu not going to be happy with that one, I can only assume there. But De Campo up into P5, Rebound Racing down into P6, and Earntrout is the next car on the list, although he is quite a way up the road. I believe he's going round the outer loop, turn 5, the long bank corner after the bus stop, so quite a big gap there to ask. Of course, just over an hour on the clock. Again, anything can happen, as we've just seen with Rawling, but who knows? Time will tell on that one. Menes Rodriguez still inside the top 10, just about, for the Sim Brothers Racing entry. Nobody ahead, nobody behind, looking relatively safe for the Swedish duo today. They can just chill their way to the end, I would say, Jesse.
Certainly can do. By the way, if anybody's seen the other driver in the 34 car, let us know if you have seen them today, because I'm completely blank. I could have sworn somebody else got in there, but it wasn't Varagnolo. But that's obviously wrong if they're not on the entry blank. Well, from the 34 to a completely different car in split one. As a matter of fact, the one right behind Menez Rodriguez that we're looking at here, the 888, De Jong behind the wheel of the Jordy Suss car. But we've got their teammate, Otso Alilo, with us. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. What an eventful race your team has had today.
Yeah, it didn't go to plan. Had a lot of issues, but still P11, highest thus far, for now.
Not bad, just one spot outside the top 10. You never know, something goes your way here a little bit, trying to work some of the back marker traffic here as well as we come to the bus stop chicane. I think, Otso, before we talk about anything else, I think what chat wants to know, and I think what we want to know in the box is this magnificent livery you have on the car. One question, why?
Why not?
Okay, touche.
Instead of putting like real sponsors or putting another like existing livery on a car, just memes.
Fair enough. I'm an old man. I think you will appreciate it. So I'm very old. I'm getting to the point where I'm getting my vision checked regularly. You know, my driver's license is not good for 8 years anymore. I've got to get it done every few years. So here's the thing. Because I'm old, humor me. What meme is that? What creature is that on the front of the thing?
It's an inside joke. It's been long running in a community that I'm part of. It's from I think it's from like a Japanese product for.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember. It's for like insect repellent or something for like cloud storage. And there's a lot of like weird Japanese commercials and like line stamps and stuff like that. And it just became a meme like during COVID times, and then it's spread to a few other communities, like smaller ones, and it's we've been just using that. The best thing is because you don't know what it is, so you don't have any context what it actually is.
Are you aware of how frightening it is to be ran down by your car and seeing that in the mirror?
Have you looked at it in the bonnet view?
I've tried not.
Oh God.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna try. We're gonna do this live. Also, we're gonna do this live. All right. Apex is lava. Okay. There's one hiding in the vent as well. Good. So I see what you've done here. You've made the mouth, the airbox cowling on the front of the car. That's also very frightening. But yeah, I see it. You say it's for insect repellent. How does it repel other drivers as well?
I haven't noticed it. It didn't work this race. I had one incident with the 33, and then quite a few close calls in the first stint in the dark.
Follow-up question. I noticed that you have the what appears to be camber percentages.
Toe values.
Or toe, excuse me.
But that doesn't not accurate anymore. It was like made during 1.8. Then it was accurate.
I gotcha. I was wondering, I was like, is that accurate? We love the memes on that car. We've looked it over. We love the pedal faster, which I'm assuming is some sort of inside joke as well. But the one that got me was the not totally pro on the back. That was the one for me that I really liked.
Yeah, it's just happened. The total and the pro markers happen to line up on like custom livery base. So I just added the text in front of it.
So you made this all. You made this. You're
I have multiple of
this.
For different cars.
You have multiple of these. What does that mean?
For different cars.
Oh right, I see. I thought.
Not all cars, but it's if you have the livery, you can just change the base colors and just have your own colors on the car.
I gotta say, there's a few. You'll be familiar, I assume, with Snooty McFlude's car. He's also got a face on the front of it. I would have to say cars with faces on them are probably the most frightening.
Yeah, I don't even notice it. I barely notice
you're the one driving it.
Even the liveries on other cars, I barely notice them when you drive. Okay. Only when you watch like the broadcast or the replay back. Like often I've been talking to Itron about like a blue car or something, and then on the broadcast it's like looks like completely different because only the rear of the car is blue.
Tell us about Jordy Suss Racing. How sus is Jordy?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the team in general. Obviously, for this champ, it's you and De Jong. But how'd you come to form the team and compete at such a high level? Because clearly, you're capable of doing that here.
Yeah, basically just using the name, because that is the name for that emote is available. Not as a Twitch emote, as very Twitch TV emote as well. So just using that as the team name. And we've been with e-tron and a few others. We've been like racing weekly on every Friday since I think like early 2020, almost every Friday. Started out with a lot more since people have gotten a lot more busy with work and school. We still have a few people just driving every week.
We're talking with Otso Alila from the Jordy Suss car, looking at his teammate De Jong. What's it like working with De Jong as a teammate? Because, like I said, you're doing it for the memes, right? It's very funny, but you're also, there's nothing funny about how competitive you are. You two are quite far up the field. I mean, that's no joke there. So, what's it like working together? I mean, is there stress involved, or is it all fun and games?
Well, for us, it's just for fun. It's the first ever Enduros for e-tron. He's only done like just pub lobbies or LFM before this. And this is an unfamiliar car for this. This is I mainly drive the AMG at the moment, driving the McLaren. But we ended up using this car just because it's a bit more stable over the whole stint. Like you saw in the bus stop in almost any other car where it would have been in the wall. And for us, because we are not taking it too seriously and we both have relatively high pace, it's just each practice on our own, make sure we're comfortable with the car, and if we need to make any setup changes, like here we knew it's gonna most likely be wet, and the dry setup was not working in the wet, so we had to change it a little bit, but we're both able to just adapt to the car, show up, and just enjoy driving.
That's really cool. I mean, I always make the reference when I see certain cars with known memes on them. I make the reference like, oh, it's nice to see that some of the drivers are taking it quite serious, but there's many different approaches to racing, and I wish more people understood that. You don't have to be hard-nosed about it. You can take it as serious as you like, but still have a lot of fun with your racing, and I think Jordy Suss kind of exemplifies that in all the best possible ways. It's quite nice to have that. You got a lot of very nice painted up cars, and you also have one of the, again, to us, because of the way we see it uniquely, you've put a different spin on it, but that is the last thing I want to have to compete against, a face staring back at me. We had a lot of these cars recently, the faces staring back at us, but I just want to say, out of everyone we've had in here today, your car, your team, has elicited the biggest response in chat. People love it.
Yeah, that's the point of the livery.
Let's go.
Like if you're copying existing livery, I can get it for like esports, or you really want to support the team, or you're using in-game liveries, which is just easier. But if you want to make something on like your own, it has to be something really different. And this is a good example for that.
I gotta say, it invokes a response, and kind of that's sort of what you're looking to do, and it's very fun. Can we expect Jordy Suss in 2024?
Probably. It depends. Mainly, it just depends on time. We couldn't take really a part in the 24. We only had 2 drivers available, and I didn't have even time to really practice for the 24. So it really depends on what series are available.
Gary Arnault has spun in between turns 1 and 2, a little bit too much curb, a little bit too much throttle, and they have hit the Fanatec banner on the inside wall. I believe they had to refire the car there and get it going. Significant damage to that car for the number 116 Ciansor car. Insult to injury, of course, they also carry that 5-second penalty. Dixon Chin is in the 91 car, and they will try their best to recover the 116, that is, the 91. I believe is just a routine pit stop for the E1 Motorsports car. Otto Alila here talking about the Jordy Suss team. We wish you the best of luck. We're happy to have you guys simply because, I mean, you do good racing, number one. And number two, you give us something that we have spent this entire season trying to figure out. Thank you for coming in here and explaining what it is. Good luck to the finish. Hopefully get back in this top 10. Very strong.
Thank you for the commentary as well.
Absolute pleasure. Anybody you want to say hello to or whatever before we say goodbye?
No, nothing really. I'll just hop in like a few minutes. We got baited by the forecast. It looked like it's gonna be dry. We went on dries, then immediately after I left the pits, it showed more rain. So we have to do one more stop, but we'll hopefully have a bit more pace with less fuel.
Well, there you have it. Thank you for the strategy. Good luck, Otto. Good luck to De Jong as well. Hopefully we'll see you next year as well. Well, here's the thing about sim racing. Not always about, taking it super serious. You can do that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But whenever you're quick and you're having the most fun, in my opinion, John, you just make everybody else jealous.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? I mean, it's one thing to have fun, it's another thing to be quick, but to be quick and have fun at the same time, it's one of those feelings you just can't really shake, as Chris Warner jumps all over the curbs on the inner loop, nearly getting the weird rear end bounce that we saw Hymo get earlier on that put them in the wall. Thankfully, no such thing for the Alpha Sim Sport entry. But yeah, we all enjoy sim racing. We all enjoy being competitive. However, you've got to have some fun along the way. You can't take it all too seriously. And Jordy Suss are probably a team that's great at showing that in the way they race. Of course, with the meme
way
livery.
Chat responded to that was insane.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, chat kind of woke up a bit when Jordy Suss kind of came into it. And a big thank you from Ash Bibby, the man behind the cameras, with another one gifted membership on the RCI YouTube channel. This time it goes to Reefer Madness. So congratulations if you're watching back and you're curious at where this came from. You can thank Ash Bibby for that one. But yeah, chat did kind of wake up a little bit when we had Olila in. And of course, chatting about the livery and various things in the Jordy Suss camp. So, great to get an insight from, the less serious end of teams, should we say, as well. Jeffrey Ritchie confirming in our YouTube chat, of course, a driver for the Thomas Enger Sim Racing camp. He has confirmed that Varagnolo has cycled through. So we have missed it, Jesse. We must have been either asleep or doing something else. Who knows?
I'm super happy Richie was paying attention. Cheers, Richie, by the way. For that. I said earlier I could have sworn somebody's in the car, but I didn't think it was Vagnolo, but as it turns out it was. So cheers to teammate Richie, who I don't believe is competing today, but is part of that team and was able to set us straight on that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed on that one. But it's been a while since me and Jesse have stepped away and had a little break. So it is that time of the broadcast. It'll be for the last time that we do step away. Of course, you've got myself, Jesse, and Ash to take you all the way to the checkered flag when we do return. We're going to pop you on board with Frederick Gutman, your current race leader for the SPHE Motorsport car, the number 969. Current champions as well, denoted by their very early livery. They'd obviously done the maths along the way to realise nobody could catch them in this event. So, of course, it's going to be going out on a high if they can keep this first place. But yeah, we'll step away for 5 to 10 minutes. We'll leave you with an onboard of Frederick Gutman. So turn up your audio, enjoy the sound of the Audi R8 V10, and we'll be right back with you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023 live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Watkins Glen, as you can see, plays host to the final today, hosting a number of racing series along its life, including the American United States Grand Prix for 20 consecutive years. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me, Jesse Lee, and behind the cameras we have Ash Bibby, and of course, welcome to the live stewards as well.
Well, it's been an interesting day that we've had thus far. SPH Esports started on pole. They haven't led every lap, that's for sure, but they certainly have dominated the mid to second half of the race in much the same fashion that they've dominated the last several races that they've done. They certainly look like champion elects today. I talked about maybe them after they fell to fifth early on. Possibly a podium would be a win here today, but beyond that, a win is going to be a win. Talked about taking home 2 trophies, the championship and a podium here. They're going to do a little bit more than that if they can keep this up. Quite special indeed. Frederick Gutman behind the wheel of the SPHE Motorsport machine, and they look just about untouchable, or at least they have done for the better part of the day. Just doing what they do, letting other people make their own mistakes. Jose Jimenez in the Odox Motorsports 121 has done their level best to chase. Jimenez is also the quickest car on the racetrack. When we had a brief reprieve from the rain, they were able to snatch the quickest lap. Quite a duel between them and the 769 at the time. A duel won by Jose and Odox. Right behind them, the quiet day for Chris Warner and the Alpha Sim Sport crew. Done quite a good job of getting back up into the podium. Remember, they were not initially in the top 3 or so. They had a good fight on the initial start. They fell back a little bit. Now they're back on the podium position. Slightly unrivaled at the moment. There's just about a lap between them and the cars behind. The podium positions all but settled, perhaps not amongst themselves, but beyond the reach of most of the competitors today. Another quiet day for Alpha Sim Sport, but potentially a season best P3 here today. Behind them, of course, you've got DeCampo in the 34. Martin Lawrence is your top 5. Nodrozinski in 6. Biabuk, Dauber, Zoricic, Menez, Rodriguez, your top 10. But that's your top 10 rundown and how things have gone today. We've been in and out of rain showers for the majority of the race today, and we may not be done, folks. It's going to stop raining for the finish of the race this afternoon. Actually, technically it's morning. It'll still be morning when this race is over, but you catch my drift. That's all to do with split number 1. We've heard split 2 has been a solid rain all day. We are joined by Wheelie Slows On, Kevin Boss. Welcome in, Kevin Boss. How's it been going? We know the start wasn't particularly great, but you've rebounded a bit.
We've definitely rebounded a bit, yeah, like you said. It's been raining the whole race and doesn't look like it's going to change the last half an hour, so pretty moist over here in split 2. Yeah, after the start, we started P3. What's our best qualifying position this whole season, and before we reached turn 1, we got murdered. So that put us all the way at the back. We had to immediately repair for damage, and yeah, fought our way back. We just overtaken P12. That's the 46 with Les Stevenson in it. So that's a little RCI and RCI action. But yeah, actually now being P12, yeah, better than expected after, yeah, a very horrid start.
Well, I mean, you mentioned to us prior to us coming back to live that you may have been used as a little bit of a pincushion earlier, but you have certainly responded back to that. Go ahead and while we're here, give us a rundown of the top 10 positions in the split 2.
Currently leading is Miguel Martins and Rafael Yu in the 991 Porsche. And we've got Van Zanten in the 53, P2, Benz in the 444 Lamborghini P3, got Wisniewski in the 727 Ferrari P4, Anke and Scotty in the 993 Porsche P5, Tom Shipston in the 707 Aston Martin P6, Phil Roberts in the 202 BMWs and P7, Sarah Stans in the 666 Porsche P8, Wollendorf in the 127 Mercedes P9, and Tomasi in the 521 Ferrari P10.
So you're telling me Flying Hellfish is winning in the silver class, in the Split 2 race?
If Martin's and you are Flying Hellfish, then yes.
Is that the 991?
The 991.
Yeah, that is the Flying Hellfish, and there's something else. They have a long name. I've forgotten what the other part is, so I do apologize. The Flying Hellfish team winning over there, so that's good for them for sure. And I'll ask you, because I got to know, for Wheelie Slow, is there any chance in the final 30-some minutes of this race that you gain more spots here?
I'm going to have to figure out what the gap is now to P11. Let's see, that's the 51. It has to be more than a sector at least. I can't... Oh, yeah, they're about a sector ahead of us. So doing that in the last 30 minutes is going to be a tough ask. But yeah, they're closely behind P10. So if we do manage to catch them, there is a chance. But yeah, we're going to need some luck thrown our way.
Overall, what are your thoughts of this championship? 5 races. It's taken the better part of the fall to get through. It technically started sort of late summer, didn't it? Early fall. But we're here now. And what are your thoughts of this championship as it's been?
It's been pretty good. Well, we've had our ups and downs all across the season. We had a very good start in round 1, where we got our hopes up that we might actually be doing something decent here. For now, I'm hoping that the position we've currently got is going to keep us in the top 10 in the standings. But overall, yeah, it's been good. The 12-hour and the 24-hour races were, yeah, a challenge. But yeah, it's been pretty good so far overall.
Chatting with RCI's own Kevin Boss. He is part of the Wheelie Slow racing team. They've got the saddest tires in the game, and if you don't get that joke, you'd only need to look at their livery to understand what we're communicating about. Piotr Dominicus in the car now, your partner in crime most of the time. You entered the Wednesday champ with him as well, which we are covering. By the way, are you going to make the final Wednesday race?
We are. So, yeah, watch out for that.
Well, you'll get to see on Wednesday what I mean by the saddest tires in the game. That tire is so very sad. But beyond all of that, I've got to ask, if you could change one thing about this season, the way it's gone for your team, what would it be?
Less hardware malfunctions for one of my drivers.
Okay, we're going to keep that ambiguous. Yeah.
Yeah, because one of the drivers has had a few whoopsies with his hardware, and if we didn't have that, then I think we would have done a lot better, especially in Monza. But yeah, it is what it is.
Well, I can give you some tips and hints on that note, Kevin Boss. If you are looking to help your teammate out, you can tell them they can go to digitalmotorsport.com, your one-stop shop from all the top sim racing hardware and brands in the same place. And they also have a sim rig builder in case they need a new sim rig on top of that. digitalmotorsport.com. That was not an ad spot, but it turned into one because my producer told me to do so. And I don't disagree with the person who's making the show, because if you do, they can make you look a bit silly. On top of that, Fanatec is the leader in direct drive sim racing hardware. Wouldn't have any hardware failures if you had one of those. Fanatec.com. They've got a bunch of bundles and deals over there. You can go check out Fanatec.com. Use our link in the description. Kevin, you have a bit of a reputation around here.
Uh-oh.
And Piotr has sort of ratted you out to me in the past, and I do apologize for bringing him into this. Sorry, Dominicus, didn't mean to do this, but I gotta ask, why do you drive crap cars on purpose?
Well, I'd say the Lamborghini, which we're driving now, is not a crap car. But
Yeah. In this championship, you have not done that.
I just want to drive what seems like fun, and sometimes it's a good car. Most of the times it's not a good car, but it's just I don't just want to follow what the current meta is and what's the best car, and then just go with that. I just want to pick different cars and just have a bit of fun. And it only makes victory taste better if you do it in a worse car.
I think that's quite fair. You joked if it was ever a possibility you would drive a Jag or something like that. Is that something that genuinely, going into 2024, is that on the table? Do you think? Would you genuinely enter a Jag?
Maybe if I join late in the season, I might do that. If there's no real chance at the championship, but I think the Jag is a little bit too slow compared to all the others.
Is it possible we could ever see you in the GTR again?
Maybe. The thing is, like, I have driven that car already, so it's like I want to try different things, but never say never.
And finally, I've actually got a real question. This is just you and me talking at this point. What is your favorite car in ACC? Like, legitimately your favorite car?
Ooh. Like, I actually really liked the GTR back in the 1.8 version. Like, it wasn't maybe the best car, but it had its strengths on certain tracks, and just the little grunts it gives when you shift up is just golden.
People are making fun of me for my ad placement. That wasn't me. That was my producer. All right? I didn't do that. Well, I mean, I did, admittedly. But
Hashtag blame Ash.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. All I'm saying is I'm a good boy. I do what I'm told. I'm glad everyone in chat's having fun at my expense. That's more than appropriate, considering. Mr. Boss, for the Wheelie Slow team, what are the plans going into 2024? Is there a possibility of expanding into other sims, or are you sticking with ACC? Do you have any plans?
We're thinking of maybe doing some, joining the 24 of Daytona on iRacing, but that's not too sure, mainly because I need to get up my license in there. Also, don't know if that's going to be under the Wheelie Slow banner or something else, because I'll then be joining others in there. But yeah, I think we just keep our eyes open on what's happening within RCI and then do what we can.
I look forward to seeing some of the cars you force poor Piotr into driving next year. Here's the problem with Dominicus. He sighs and then does it anyway once you mention it. That is if you don't know the dynamic between Boss and Dominicus, that's pretty much it. I've driven with them before, and it's pretty much, oh, that's a horrible idea. Anyway, let's do it. But I've also fallen into that trap. I've done that as well. But
I
we
will
made up for
say,
it in the 24.
I will say he put me on blast. I'm going to put it on blast back. When we were driving the Honda, that was not my choice. That was him. That was Piotr. So it's not just me choosing the crap cars.
I want to point out that he didn't do anything. I'm the one that did it. So now you just done that for no reason.
What do you mean you did it?
Well, I didn't have to come out and say that that's what Dominicus said. I did. That was on me, not him. To Piotr, he was just talking to a teammate at that time. So look, eggs on your face now. Don't air fry them, apparently. Les Stevenson realized that air frying an egg is a bit difficult. Going through the field, everybody's sort of spread out. You see Madley in the 33 into the pit lane here. That is among the first. Now, I'd be curious to see if the 33 actually stops or not, and they have actually stopped. We expect some of the cars won't do what Steady starts doing here. They will just roll down pit lane. Ash told us earlier, insider information, that he knows the Ferrari can go 1 hour 20 minutes on its tank of fuel. The BMW cannot do that. So a little bit of insider information that is important for perhaps Bierback Sims, and some of those cars there. And also that did not bode well, that revelation for Martin Lawrence and the RCI Esports team, because, again, when they pitted, they will certainly, according to the data we have, they will have to pit. Boss, it's been a long year. You've raced a lot in RCI. You've done a lot of commentary here as well. You're a streamer over on Crashneck on Twitch. You play a lot of Assassin's Creed, a lot of racing titles as well. Give me your highlight of 2023.
Oh, put me on the spot there. Honestly, can't think of anything. That's a difficult one there, Jesse Lee. Highlights. I still think it's like getting race wins in RCI. Like, was the mini British GT that we did on Mondays.
Sure was.
Got a win there, and yeah, that was a very proud moment. Also, the unexpected pole position in the Wednesday Champ at a wet Imola was a welcome surprise.
There you go. That's, of course, Kevin Boss has collected some trophies this year here in RCI himself. After every time Kevin's ever won a race or sort of qualified well or put it on pole, he says the same thing to me every time. Didn't expect that.
And yet it keeps happening.
Yet it keeps happening. Well, I assume Dominicus is going to take it to the flag, as you said earlier on. Frederick Gutman, by the way, for SPH, is in the pit lane. They have stopped the car. They certainly will not be changing the tires, of course, here, but they are in need of fuel. I think the vast majority of runners are going to need a splash of some variety to get them to the end. Kevin, before we close out the race, before we close out the year, anybody you want to shout out, maybe your parents?
I want to shout out my teammates for sticking with me with all the strange things we've done. Piotr for being here the whole season. Andrew, like, life got in the way of him being able to compete all of the races with us, but him for being there at the start, and definitely also Woody for joining us for the 24-hour, because having the Aussie there for the nights was very useful, and was much appreciated that he joined us.
Well, Kevin, thanks for coming and talking to us. Thanks for being a part of the RCI family, man. It's a lot easier to have people like you around. Chris Warner for Alpha Simsport into the pit lane. I expect them to also do a splash and go here at the end. I don't expect a driver change at all from any of these teams. But, boss, it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege. I've raced with you this year. I've broadcasted with you this year. And I've watched many a stream with you and with you in it. From both sides of the camera. So it's an absolute pleasure. Happy holidays, all of that to you and your team. Good luck. I hope you guys get at least one more position out of today's race. But beyond that, thanks for coming in. Thanks for talking to us.
We just got that one.
Let's go! Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
It's a shame it's at the expense of one of our own commentators, Sarah Stand.
Oh, no!
Yes.
That's bad. That's the opposite. Kvetch, no!
We'll pull them along now.
I celebrated too early there, you know?
Yeah.
That's my bad. I didn't think it would be Kvetch. My bad. Sorry, Stant and Kvetch. I didn't realize it was you at the time. But now that's bad. That's not what I wanted to happen. But anyways.
We'll pull them along now.
There you go. Kevin Boss, thank you for everything you do. We'll see you in 2024.
Yeah, happy holidays, everyone.
Well, Kevin Boss gave you the rundown of how it's going, and it looks to be going the way of the... looks like it's going to be going the way of the Flying Hellfish team, the 991. And that's how it has gone there. We've had brief reprieves from the rain here, John, in our split. Turns out they really haven't.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, how one weather file can give two very different outcomes in two different servers, and I guess that's the magic of ACC. No two races are the same. If you want to get involved in anything we do here at RCI, of course, as Kevin mentioned, there's plenty of events where you can pick up victories and wins along the way. Head on over to racerci.com, where you can, of course, check out all of our events at any time and, of course, pre-qualify whenever you're ready to do so if required. Sign-ups tonight, I wasn't aware, but they weren't actually opening it. There was a pure announcement on the Daytona 2.4 earlier on, but sign-ups are now open as of about 3 hours ago. The Daytona 2.4 hours, so treat this as a warm-up to the official iRacing Daytona 24, or just as a bit of fun if you want to run some laps around the circuit. We are also aware on the day the official iRacing 6-hour race is happening at Long Beach on the same weekend, so we've slotted this race in the afternoon to finish just over an hour before the 6 o'clock UTC race. So if you do want to compete in both, you still can get your name down for that one. And while we're on the subject of iRacing, of course, this Thursday we're bringing you another iRacing one-off as Martin Lawrence peels into the pits for the RCI Esports Blue for the last time. He'll trundle down the lane, grab some fuel, and back out he shall go. Thursday, of course, another one-off iRacing event. With open wheelers this time. It's Formula 3 at Donington Park. Sign-up still open for that one if you want to get involved. And everything else this week kind of winding down a little bit here at RCI with the Wednesday's Championship heading to their finale at Kyalami. Currently Porcelain Racing leading RRP from Luna Rossa in Pro. And Ground Zero Racing, RPMS Simsport, and Dropping the Hammer Racing in Silver. And of course Saturday is the Night Owl finale next week. Of course, taking a backseat tonight for the World Tour. They head to Suzuka. Timothy Flamger leads Jordan Daly and Harry Conway in Pro. Meanwhile, George Barr, Adnan Pazina, and Kiniko battling out for silver honours in the championship in silver. Of course, Monday we rounded off Ginetta's last week. Tim Ireland is back once again with another one-off special. This time it's not ACC, it's not iRacing, it is of course Automobilista 2. Kind of in preparation, I guess, for the ACC Nordschleife. Tim Ireland has decided to host an event with GT3 cars. Also take note, you do not need to own the Nordschleife DLC. You just need to purely turn up and drive. Of course, the DLC content goes on the owner, or event host, should we say, of the server. And Tim Ireland owning such content means that you can enjoy the Nordschleife without spending a penny on the DLC. And the cars he has chosen, GT3 cars, I believe, are all free to play, so no need to buy any additional DLC to take part in that one. We are looking to broadcast, I believe, Jesse, if I'm right in saying, this one on RCI TV as well. So if you wanted your 5 seconds of fame on the screen, or you just simply want to be on the big screen when you slip off the carousel into the Armco when it decides to rain in the middle of the race, then get your name down for Mondays. It definitely sounds like something I would be doing if I entered the event. But yeah, get your name down for that one. It's sure to be an exciting event. It's been a while since I've driven a lap at the Nordschleife, so fantastic stuff there. And of course, Jesse touched on it earlier briefly, but all the partners here at RCI, we thank them from the bottom of our hearts for another wonderful season through 2023. Of course, AK Esports, a leading Italian company in esports management. Of course, working with big brands such as Porsche Esports Championship, success with the SRO Motorsports Group and Dallara, and of course, providing us our fantastic service solutions here at RCI. Be sure to check their website in the description below. Driver61.com, where you can of course get 25% off your driver coaching by using our discount code. There's a link in the description below, and head on over to driver61.com. Of course, from one-on-one coaching to full driving courses, the folks over at Driver61 will have something that fits your needs. Fanatec, much to maybe Chris Picker's not so delight. Of course, after his hardware let him down at Bathurst, of course, head on over to their website where you can check out all the latest offerings in their direct drive units, load cell pedals, and even the new Quick Release 2 they've recently released. If you are looking to pick up any hardware across the holiday season, of course, we do have an affiliate link down below, so be sure to use that one. Sprinkle a few pennies in the RCI pot, and of course, all pennies earned will go back in to the running costs of RCI for bringing you fantastic events along along the 2024 season. And of course, 2 new partners with us for 2023 in the form of digitalmotorsports.com, offering a number of services from virtual driving experiences, corporate events, early drive programs, esports championships, driver training, and simulator components, and even complete SimRig solutions. Founded in 2018 by 2 enthusiastic motorsports fans, they had the vision to create Ireland's leading digital motorsport environment and resource centre. Visit the link down below to check out their offerings. And lastly, but no means least, of course, Go Setups. Formed to be one of the premium esports setup stores for Assetto Corsa Competizione, featuring setups from esports ready levels to the safer alternatives. If you're not so skilled in that one, you can be sure, of course, the setups they create have hours behind them, featuring a plethora of esports stars along the way. Recently, they have released a Ginetta G55 pack update, maybe much to the dismay of the Monday Night crew, who might have found that one useful for the past 5 rounds that they have been racing, but I can probably assure you they'll be one of the first to put out GT4 setups. 1.9 update, of course, remember, they did bring out the base setups for all cars, so it made it a lot easier for them to drive. Meanwhile, on your screen, so a little bit of action between Martin Lawrence and Federico Varagnolo in the number 34 Thomas Angus Sim Racing entry, nearly going side by side down into the inner loop and the bus stop. That's not something you want to do, but again, both drivers making it out alive. Over 13 minutes on the clock for today's race, and battle's still raging on, Jesse.
Yeah, they certainly are. This one's not going to be over. There's no reason to back off now. If you're Varagnolo for Thomas Angus Sim Racing, it's all or nothing. It's a top 5. It means a little bit more too. If you're racing for 7th place, that's fine. You're going to give it your all, but you're racing for a top 5, that's something else. Everybody knows what a top 5 is, and everybody here definitely knows how hard that is. One other thing I want to touch on is the steady start number 33, Madley. They drove that car into pit lane, but it's been sitting there for many, many laps. This isn't an official retirement, but something I would have to imagine inside the final 30 minutes of the race has gone wrong for Steady Start Blue, and they're just sitting there in pit lane. Again, not an official retirement, but something odd happening there, and that has dropped them down to 22nd place. Madley's still behind the wheel, but no life, no movement down there from the pit lane. Remember earlier, about 4 hours ago, I mentioned that Martin Lawrence is a driver that I'm super glad that I don't ever have to pass. Well, this is exactly the scenario I was talking about. And it's all on Varagnolo to make this pass. I don't think these two have raced each other much over the past several years, so it'd be quite curious to see, interesting indeed, to see how the 34 deals with this and how aggressive Lawrence would be defending the position. I would say Lawrence is a quite fair driver, but he is going to make you work for it, especially this close to the end of the race. By the way, as this battle does continue, one final piece of business. We do also do World Rally Championship Series events here, and we have our own club on Codemasters RaceNet. All you need to do is join the Discord and find the WRC section. It's been an interesting opening championship, and we're down to the finale of season 1. It was 3 rallies long. The first one, of course, was the Speed Juice Rally Estonia, the very gravelly circuit, or not a circuit, but the woods of Estonia, I should say. And what a fun rally that was in the junior WRC cars. Of course, Ruotsalainen ended up winning that by 8.5 seconds over Theobald, and Nordquist finished 3rd there. Quite close between the top 2. Can't be said for round number 2 in Croatia. The very fast tarmac rally. It feels like you're going a million miles an hour, regardless of how fast you're actually going. A lot of cliff faces to navigate and places to fall off the road, and indeed the mountain tests your skill quite mightily. We had Sebastian Theobald winning round number 2, Ruotsalainen finishing 2nd, Nordquist again finishing 3rd. The margin of victory 57 seconds. Not really close in the end. Ruotsalainen won the Estonian rally with a 59-minute 28.9 seconds time. Rally Croatia was over 1 hour 19 minutes. Of course, made up of many different stages, 12 stages, in fact, per rally. So round number 3 in season 1 is Rally Sweden, a Swedish rally known for it being very quick, 400 kilometers south of the Arctic Circle. You know what you're in for there. There's reported to be a snowstorm that is going to take place somewhere around the middle part of that rally. It's reported that there will be snow, but we'll see if there is. And by snowstorm, I think they genuinely mean that. Why am I telling you this? Well, it's been fun. Pete Rotsalainen and Sebastian Theobald are tied with 26 championship points apiece as they have traded wins. It's a winner-take-all Rally Sweden. And if you want to get involved, you still can by joining the Discord. You can also run the weekend event as well, the Need for Speed event. It's late WRC era cars like the VW Golf, the Ford Fiesta around Corsica. The very prestigious Fast Tarmac Rally. You're going to want to not miss that. 80 kilometers in total. The first stage itself is 28.6. Should take just over an hour to complete your run. I am told that rally also has hardcore damage. So if you're a rally enthusiast, we also got you covered here at RCI.
Absolutely so, and I've been having wonderful amounts of fun with EA Sports WRC over on my Twitch channel as well. Just going to chuck that in the chat for you guys. I will be live tomorrow. I've got a lot of catching up to do, I think, from Season 1. I've got lots of moment rallies to do. I've got certainly lots of club events to do. I've missed the first 2 RCI stages already, so I'm going to have to compete in the 3rd one and see how many championship points I can score. But yeah, certainly some very quick guys in the club, so head on over to the Discord, get yourself involved in that one. EA Sports WRC. Once you look past a few other bugs, super fun game. Put plenty of time into that one myself. It's been great fun along the way for that. But yeah, I'll be live tomorrow at some point during the day, probably from about 10-11 o'clock UK time roughly. Drop a follow, get a notification and all that good stuff. And you too can watch me pile rally cars into trees, because that's the aim of the game, right, Jesse? The more crashes you do, the more you win, right?
I think that's the brain damage doing that to you, buddy. But I will say this. You wouldn't expect any driver to be in the John Dalton zone in a rally, but he goes into the John Dalton zone in rally. It's quite interesting. I've watched a lot of your streams. Very interesting. You turn into a completely different driver when you're rallying compared to doing tarmac stuff. I don't know if you've ever noticed that, but you lock in a laser focus that I've rarely seen somebody do, and it's very clear that you enjoy rallying. I actually quite enjoy watching people do rally stages and stuff as well. Quite good.
It's certainly a fun genre. It makes a bit of a change to, of course, turning laps on a circuit. You know, not really knowing what the next corner is going to throw at you, but you know, keeps it interesting, keeps you on your toes, and yeah, makes for much fun streams as well. And even makes for some good short clips along the way to throw over to the YouTube channel of me rolling cars, crashing cars, and generally just having a laugh along the way. Again, one of the rally stars we've been told in chat by Chris Picker is actually on the Shumi Skins roof. They have, should I say, driven the number 911 at some point in its life. So, you know, even ACC superstars finding their feet in rally with us as well here at RCI. So go over, get involved in the WRC stuff. Of course, we've got iRacing events on the website, as well as the usual ACC results. And of course, GT2 on the horizon for ACC. Kunos dropped out a little trailer today showing off both the Porsche efforts that are coming into the pack. So again, another new format of racing for ACC. Should keep everybody occupied for a good couple of weeks, I would say, before we all go back to the normal GT3 format of racing, much like the GT4 pack did just a few years ago. But of course, with Nordschleife on the horizon, it's going to make for some very interesting mixed multi-class racing. GT3, GT2, Cup cars, TCX, and GT4 all sharing the same bit of tarmac. That's going to be some chaos. And I'm sure RCI event admins are rubbing their hands together with glee at the announcement of the Nordschleife and of course the new car classes and what they can cook up between them and what kind of events we will have in 2024. But I, for one, looking very much forward to the Nordschleife circuit joining, and of course the GT2 cars should be very fun indeed. Meanwhile, back to tonight's action. Of course, just over 5 minutes left on the clock, and it's this man here on your screens, Frederick Gutmann, that has had a splendid race with his teammate alongside him of Max Shea in the number 969 SPHE Motorsport car. You can see him there working the wheel. Of course, we've not really touched on the weather. Of course, it has stopped raining. The circuit is damp, and as you can see, those wet tyres are giving up on the best of their abilities. Of course, the splash and dash down the lane means a lot of these tyres will be a stint and a half old by the time the checker flag rolls out, and you can certainly see Frederick Gutmann there having to work the wheel around turn 1 just to keep the Audi pointing in a straight line. But it's been a fantastic effort from the SPHE Motorsport camp. Of course, Odox Motorsport tried to follow in their wake in the number 121, unfortunately could not do so, and the 769 is off in the bank corner just ahead. That's Martin Lawrence. Varagnolo maybe have tangled together. I'm not sure if we can get a race replay on this one to see if we did catch anything. It looks like from that, Jesse, I'd say Varagnolo's just misjudged the braking point ever so slightly into the back of Martin Lawrence and maybe turned him around. But of course, we've not seen the beginning of that replay, so it's pure speculation at this point.
Pure speculation, but you know, it's one of those things where double-edged sword. If you're going to defend and drive in a defensive manner, you always run the risk of somebody running into the back of you, especially incredibly late on into the race. And I'm afraid that possibly is what's happened in this case. It has dropped the RCI Esports team down one position here, but of course we didn't actually see what occurred there.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, still safe from Joe Dorber, who is, of course, following the race leader through turn 9 currently. So still enough of a buffer not to lose another position on top of that. But I'm sure we're going to see a very late Stewart's decision on that one, should a complaint be lodged. But Martin Lawrence back underway. No harm, no foul. Position dropped. And he'll now set his sights on just kind of keeping the car in P6 until the end on that one. But some fantastic driving. Again, if we gloss over a few of the incidents we've had, stewards have been relatively quiet for a 6-hour race, Jesse. We've only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reports come through to us. So that's 1 an hour if you break it down to the 6 hour. That's incredibly clean driving from everybody here on the grid. And, you know, we did start off with a healthy 25 cars. I think we dropped since the 21 cars if you dispatch the team SSR blue entry, of course, currently sat in the pit lane. But yeah, you know, 6 incidents over 6 hours. That's, you know, can't say fairer than that, can you?
No, not really. I mean, we had 2 right off the bat too. So when you consider that, it's been pretty darn good. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the holiday season. Everybody's a little bit more chill. I highly doubt that with sim racers, but something's different. The vibe here is different, and I think some of that is right down to it's the end of the championship, and oh, look at this. Look at this. The McLaren has slowed down, and they've allowed Martin Lawrence through. We didn't see it, but I think that's the answer there. Now, that's very interesting that Varagnolo's done that, because that would require the RCI Esports team to report that for that to be an issue in the first place. And I mean, who knows if they actually would do or not, but they've done this position swap on purpose as Varagnolo in the 34. So they've given Lawrence the spot back. It was well caught by our broadcaster Ash Bibby on that one. Completely lost on me there for a second. But normally, in a normal race, John, we see that when a driver is attempting to appeal to the stewards for perhaps a lesser penalty of something. So, and usually we accept that as an apology from the driver. And I wonder if maybe that's what's going on here. Either way, I would expect Varagnolo to go back on the attack here, try and retake that position, take that spot anyway. And I think he will do, and he should do.
I mean, this is technically for the bottom step of the championship, isn't it? This is for 3rd place overall in points. I mean, SPH and Odox are obviously 1st and 2nd currently in championship and on the road at the moment. But next up, we've got RCI Esports Blue and Thomas Enger Sim Racing. RCI Esports on 161 points to 156 of Thomas Enger. So, you know, time is running out. I'm just trying to find the race leader. The number 969 is just coming through the inner loop of the bus stop. So yeah, this will be not the last lap for these guys. Of course, they'll cross the line and go one more. But of course, when Frederick Gutman comes back around this time, that will be his last lap, denoting the checkered flag. So technically, Varagnolo has a lap and 2 corners to get this move done on Martin Lawrence. So this is essentially for the last step of the championship.
Here we go, folks. It's all to play for here. The championship might be decided in favor of SPHE Motorsport, but the podium isn't settled. These two teams, these two drivers are absolutely going to be going for it. Time has expired. Here is Frederick Gutman, who will drive the SPH car to the line here today. They're going to make it 3 in a row, barring any catastrophic failure in the final couple of quarters. And what can you say about a team who refuses to lose, who refuses to beat themselves, and always puts themselves in a position to win? It's all SPH, a deserving champion for the 2023 World Tour.
Yeah, you can't say fairer than that, can you? P2 at Valencia, P2 at Monza, a win at Bathurst, a win in 24 hours, and a win here today at Watkins Glen as Frederick Gutman celebrates over the line with a big wiggle, throwing the car into the wall. Fantastic effort from Max Shea and the crew along the way. Boris Bitterrath, of course, and Tim Rule, to name the other 2 in the entry list. Jose Jimenez, of course, for Odox Motorsport, will come across the line in P2. Just trying to spot them out on the circuit map if I can. It's such a big lead that they've got. Say Odox are just coming through turn 9 at the moment, but this fight is the one we want to see the end of to the line, of course.
He might have one more shot.
He's got a few more corners to go, hasn't he? He's got the run down into turn 8. He's too far back for this one. I don't think Varagnolo's got enough in the tank unless Lawrence makes a small mistake. Of course, we've got turn 9, 10, and 11 to go. Time is running out. There's no move into 9. Lawrence has just got to keep that car line of stern. As you said, it's a hard car to defend. It's all about the drive out of turn 9 down towards 10. There's a dip in the wheel from Varagnolo into the grass over the curb, maximizing all the track that they can. But I think the time has unfortunately run out, but the gentlemanly thing was done at the end of the day, Jesse. Martin Lawrence was let back through by Varagnolo, and that seals them into P3 of the championship. And what a fantastic finish we've had here at the Glen tonight. Chris Warner, one of the last cars to finish along the way for the Alpha SimSport entry. Unfortunately, what could have been, you know, had Valencia gone a little bit better for these guys, they could find themselves up. I did the maths earlier on. They could have come into this round P2 in the points had it gone better than it did, but unfortunately it was just not to be. Alpha SimSport currently down in P5 in the championship, and fantastic scenes at the first corner. Look at this, Jesse. You know, some forms of motorsport ban donuts. Here at RCI, we do not ban any such things, and everybody having a good laugh there.
Only the silly ones, John, to be fair.
Yeah.
Only the silly ones would keep a driver from celebrating a momentous occasion. We don't do that here. We only ask that they do not impede other cars finishing the race, which they're clearly not doing this far off into the runoff zone. Only Jimmy Johnson knows what it's like to be this far off the road here. That's a NASCAR joke. Sorry about that. That's the last one of the year, I promise. But here are the results of the race. Frederick Gutman and Shea bring the number 969 all the way around and win it here in grand fashion. SPHE Motorsports will not be beaten in the championship. They will not be beaten on the road here in Watkins Glen either. Jose Jimenez, Mesa, and Perez bring Odox Motorsports a P2. Nice podium for those guys. Warner, Clifford, and Flamger take Alpha SimSport to their first podium of the season. And what a fantastic one it was for them. Just great racing by everybody. We had 21 cars finished, technically 22 on the racetrack. At the end, we started with about 25. We had a mix of rain and drier weather, some strategy thrown in there, some accidents, and some certainly self-inflicted drive-throughs that kind of dried up in the final couple hours. Now that I think about it, we didn't have a whole lot there in the end, but all of that led to some fantastic racing. And my big takeaway, very few steward reports a lot of fantastic side-by-side racing.
Yeah, so very fair indeed. 6 stewards reports to cover the 6 hours. That's 1 an hour. So the Split 1 guys have done exceptionally well today in very tricky conditions. And what a season we've had for the RCI World Tour, Jesse. It's been great from start to finish. I've loved every single minute of it, and I couldn't thought of a better way to end 2023 than this. It's been great. From the early days, Hymo taking a commanding victory at round 1, setting themselves off as championship leaders. Of course, SPH close in their wake with P2 again. Another P2 at Monza for SPH. The win at Bathurst, the win at Suzuka, and the win at Watkins Glen. The only way this season could have gone dreamier is if they picked up the win in the first 2 rounds, but alas, wasn't to be. A solid haul of points regardless, and an excellent finish to a very tricky season. Lots of time and testing races we've had along the way. It's been impossible at times to try and navigate some of the scenarios these drivers have been faced in. But yeah, we've had a fantastic run from Valencia to the Glen. It's been every inch of it has been absolutely splendid. And I couldn't have thought of a better way to end 2023. And of course, none of it would be possible without every single one of you at home, whether you're watching the streams, whether you're racing, whether you're just lurking in RCI, or you're just providing support for your teammates along the way. This goes from drivers to partners to friends to families. It is a wonderful journey that we're all on, playing pretend race cars at the end of the day, let's be honest. But some of us take it very seriously. Some of us have mad amounts of fun while doing so, and it's all about the social aspect, as we heard earlier from many teams along the way. But yeah, it's been a beautiful season, and I couldn't have thought of a better organizer than RCI to do this with. Of course, our partners along the way, AK Esports, driver61.com, Fanatec, of course, digitalmotorsports.com, and Go setups. Do stick with us. Jesse Lee is currently running off to the green room very quickly indeed to try and arrange some interviews to get a few people on the broadcast to have an insider word with the teams and everybody that has made it possible. Of course, the RCI calendar this week, we've got AMS on Monday, we've got GT4 rounding out on Wednesday, and Thursday we've of course got the iRacing one-off, and Saturday next week, of course, Night Owl. So keep your eyes peeled for all of that. I believe Jesse is back from the green room, and with him he may bring some people.
Man, there are a lot of happy drivers in that green room. Let me tell you what, nothing beats the post-race atmosphere, and we have Miguel Martins with us, who has won it in the 991 in the Split 2. He's the race winner of the 6 hours of Watkins Glen for Flying Hellfish. Miguel, what are you feeling right now? What are your thoughts?
I'm just tired. So tired. It was such a tough race. It's a tough track. And I don't know how the weather was in Split 1. Honestly, we didn't even have time to do anything else and focus on this. But it was just constant rain.
We had some breaks in Split 1. We heard that it was an absolute deluge in Split 2. You say you're tired. I mean, it was a lot of work then, I'm assuming. At least it felt that way, right?
Yeah, especially driving the Porsche. We had no chance of getting a result like this in the dry, so we were praying for wet, and we just got lucky. There were some turn 1 incidents, and it's just lucky, honestly.
How in the heck did you win this race in a Porsche, a car that we probably wouldn't associate with being particularly good at Watkins Glen, but you and Hugh were able to do it? How?
Magic. Magic. Just I just have no words, honestly. I just don't know how to describe. It felt really good that it was also my first endurance win. It's not the first one for the team, Flying Hellfish, but it's just great. Just great.
I got you. Hold on. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to bring your teammate in here who's with us now. We're just discussing how you were able to win that race in a Porsche. Absolutely incredible stuff. I mean, your previous best was a third at Valencia, but clearly winning the 6 hours of the Glen, that has to top it, right?
F, come on.
Oh, yeah. Definitely the highlight of the season. It was such a fun track to drive in the wet, especially. The Porsche felt very great. I was hoping that it was completely wet and not had some dry spots because I was not that confident in the dry, but the wet was just so much fun.
Well,
Yeah, I
we're
think
certainly. Go ahead. Sorry, Miguel.
I was just gonna say, I think above all else, I think the car was just fun to drive in the wet. We could do the times, and yeah, it just happened.
You didn't actually tell Huel that I said that, did you, Miguel? Did you actually
No.
tell him that? Thank
No,
goodness.
no,
Okay.
no.
All right. I didn't want to bully. I made a joke in the green room about telling Raphael that he should show up, and I didn't want to bully him in here, but he is in here now. Raphael Huel and Miguel Martins, winners of the 6 hours of Watkins Glen, and in spectacular fashion. Who do you guys want to say hello to? Want to thank?
Oh, I'd say definitely shout out to the entire team. Our 3 Porsches. Bit of luck there, bit of bad luck somewhere else, but lots of fun to drive with the guys.
Yeah, it's always a laugh. Honestly, without the team always mentoring, this would have been so boring. These championships.
Well, the team dynamic, certainly important. Ladies and gentlemen and others, your winners in Split 2, the 6 hours of the Glen. It's Flying Hellfish, Heroes and Zeros, Raphael Huel, Miguel Martins. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there's the happy winners of Split 2. Let's talk to the champions in Split 2. How about it? Do we have the Split 2 champions? Did I do it right?
Yeah, you did.
Let's go. It's Goat Racing, Smooth as Butter, your champions in Split 2. Absolutely spanked them this season.
Yeah, that's quite right, I
Nice
think.
way of putting it.
Yeah. To be honest, this last race we could have won the championship during qualifying already, but I missed out on pole position by 15,000. So we still had to race for it, but it became quite clear in the last race that we would become the champions. We only had to score a few more points, and that was it.
What made you so dominant this season? I mean, what was your worst finish in the end? It was at Valencia, I think it was. It was a 6th place. After that, you're damn near unbeatable. So what was it with the Smooth as Butter Goat Racing team?
There's got to be practice and consistency, I would say.
Yeah, I think the strength we have as a team is that we make very little mistakes. So and we were up there at the front with our pace as well. If you look at the average pace per team, and if you don't make mistakes, you can finish high up every race, and that's what we did. We were just very consistent, I think.
I think the results speak for themselves. You got 2 or 3 wins on the season, an additional podium here today. Your worst finish, a 6th place, a distant memory. Beyond that, just super consistent. You've done such a great job. Anybody you want to say hello to or thank?
Do you have anyone, Will?
Just my teammate for being there for me through these difficult times during the wet weather.
And we have another teammate, Lucas, ERZ KBL. He has helped us out during the 12-hour race and 24-hour race, and he's also really, really fast and really consistent. And I think those long races, when we were with the 3 of us, we were the most dominant, I think, and that's also due to him. So yeah, him as well.
This is the point where you thank the team, you thank the family. Go on, do that.
Yeah, go on then. I'll thank my wife for just looking after my child while I raced all day.
Let's go! That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, she has to put
What
up with a
about
lot,
you,
I think. Yeah, who should I thank? I live by myself, so I don't know. I do it all by myself.
I would like to thank myself for my driving ability.
I like to thank the local supermarket for their microwave pizzas, which are really good. And yeah.
I absolutely love it. Has it sunk in that you're champions yet?
Yeah, it sinks in slowly.
Yeah.
We knew we were champions after the 4th round, because you're checking how many points do we need to score, like what does the 2nd place in the championship need to do to become champion, and it was nearly impossible for them to still do that. And yeah, we we might have gone straight on accident in the first corner of the first lap and dropped all the way back to to give us a bit more of a challenge, and to have some nice overtakes as well. To just enjoy the last race and have a fighting drive in the last race.
Well, everyone, it is my esteemed pleasure to announce the Split 2. Excuse me, I messed that up. It is my esteemed pleasure to announce the Split 2 World Tour. It's been a long day. World Tour 2023 champions. It is, of course, Goat Racing, Smooth as Butter, Richard Benz, and Raining Thunder. Congratulations.
Applause, applause.
Yeah, let's go. I love an enthusiastic crowd, and nobody is more happy than champion drivers. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
This has been a really good season. Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much.
Absolute pleasure there. And finally, last but certainly not least, we have your winners in the Split 1. Hey, we don't have to do 4 interviews. You guys helped us out at SPH. We do appreciate that. We didn't have to do 2 interviews because you've decided to win the race and the championship. Overkill, don't you think?
No, not really, I guess. Yeah, as I said earlier this day, we try to win every race, so yeah, worked out this time as well.
That's true. That's true. I wondered if I'd be talking. I knew I'd be talking to you again, but now that you've collected even more hardware, Max Shea and Frederick Gutman, Boris Bitteroff with us in the booth, you knew pretty much that you were champions. You had a livery to match it, but more than that, you showed them why you were champions on the track today.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was our goal not to do it for fun, just to show that we are capable of winning every race. So yeah, the first races were just P2s, but yeah, it was a great season for us. Didn't expect to be that good. So yeah, happy to say that our how do I say it? Sorry, I'm struggling for words.
It's okay. Max Shea, Fred, I gotta ask, at what point did you know it was in the bag today? Because you fell back immediately, then you came back. You just refused to lose. You're always in a position to capitalize. You always have the pace to, once you get there, to keep it. At what point did you realize that you were gonna end the season with not only a bang, but a resounding boom in comparison to everybody else? Just no answer to the SPH team today.
So, I mean, that was quite frustrating, but I think the point where I realized we still can win this is when Max got in the car and I realized he's faster than, I don't know, Heimo, and I don't know who was driving, but he was faster and he was closing it, but then he just made a mistake and we got it because of the DT. I mean, and then it was just drive to the end with the lead, and it worked.
Jay, you get into a car. Obviously, you're racing with Gutman. You know what your pace is, but you're out there for so long, and it's just you got the rain, and then the strategy's mixed up, and then all you have to do is not make a mistake. Does that add more pressure on a team in your position, or were you so calm that it did not matter because you knew what was on the deck?
Yeah, I would say it was enough pressure because I got the DT at the end. But yeah, I think it was okay to handle it. We had the car, we had the pace to be in front and to control the race for I think the last 4 hours. It was not easy, but I think it was quite okay how we handled it at the end. And Freddie did an amazing job today.
Absolutely. It was a definite team effort. Just refusing to let go. I thought it was over. I'm going to keep it real with you. I thought it was over. You fell back to fifth. Like, oh my goodness, that's going to take a lot of doing to make that up, even though you're so close. Everybody else makes mistakes. You guys don't really make mistakes. You capitalize on your strategy. You capitalize on other people's mistakes that they make. And on top of that, you've done this to them before. You end the season with 3 wins, and your other 2 finishes are not bad either. Both of them second places. I can't imagine there's anything that any of you think that you could have done better, but I'll ask anyway. Is there anything that you think you could have done better?
So I would say we could have won the Monza race. We didn't have the luck there, so it was only a P2, but I think if everything went perfect, we would have won that race as well. So that would be the only little thing, but it didn't really matter. So yeah, we are definitely happy, and I think all the other results were the best case scenarios. So yes.
Well, folks at home, this is a bit special for us too, because Frederick Gutman's with us. He's the guy who made the ridiculously good highlight video that gave so many people goosebumps the other week that we released of the 24 hours of Suzuka. That's the man right there. Not only is he a good editor, he is a good driver to boot. So on behalf of everybody here at RCI and everybody out there that watched that video, Frederick, we just want to say thank you so much for being a part of the RCI family. And thank you to SPH for also being a part of the community. And it's just great to have teams like SPH here who they don't just race here, but they become part of the community's DNA. So on behalf of everyone here, we just want to say thank you very much. And now it's your turn. Who do you want to thank? Wives, girlfriends, dogs? We've heard it all today. Who are you thanking?
So I want to use this opportunity to thank you, because you gave us 5 incredible races, and that wouldn't be possible without your work and the chances to make such great videos. I had so much fun. I won't be able to make a video about this race, but still had so much fun with the races and the videos. Just thank you, and you gave me the chance for that.
Max Shea, anybody you want to thank?
Well, I think there's nothing to add.
Okay. Boris Bitteroff.
Yeah, I would say it as well, but I think we have to thank our 4th teammate as well, Tim Rule, who drove today, I think, a 12-hour charity event on Spa. He did an amazing job, the races he raced in, and he also deserves this championship. So yeah, I would say a big thanks to him as well for driving with us.
Well said indeed. Well, all that's left is to crown the champions, and we will do so. Ladies and gentlemen, and others, your Split One World Tour 2023 champions, none other than SPH E Motorsports. Congratulations on this ridiculous achievement, winning 3 out of the 5 and never finishing below the second step of the podium. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, and also thank you for the absolute great championship. We all had a lot of fun. I think everyone on the races and the splits had fun, not only us. So yeah, I think we will join next year as well.
I would love to see that, to see if you can repeat what you've been able to accomplish, and you've shown everybody what speed and consistency can do. And I would say that certainly makes you the most dangerous team out there. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, SPH Motorsport. Well, John, we've handed out the hardware. We've talked to the teams. Everybody happy about that. And I mean, it's sort of humbling to hear people, thank us. I mean, we're not the ones doing the hard work. They're the ones driving the cars. They're the one organizing, we're putting on the event. But I mean, beyond that, I mean, come on. They're the ones doing the heavy lifting. They're responsible in the end to provide the racing entertainment. But man, World Tour 2023 on a different level.
Yeah, I said it earlier while you ducked off to the green room. Of course, none of it would be possible without every single person at home. Of course, whether you're involved with us here at RCI, giving up your free time for stewarding, broadcasting, commentating, whether you're just driving in the events, not only World Tour, but of course, everything we offer here at RCI, right from iRacing to WRC, ACC, and even AMS on Monday this coming week. Whether you're driving, you're supporting somebody, whether you're managing the team, just organizing people together, or just supporting your loved ones, your friends, your family along the way, whether you're lurking in the back of the stream and you don't interact with us and you're just purely a view. We thank each and every one of you from the bottom of our hearts, and none of it would be possible, of course, without everybody involved in the community. It's not just the drivers, it's not just us up here in the booth. There's so many more people behind the scenes that we don't mention and we don't get to thank all the time. The event admins, even the community admins and moderators that deal with community stuff in general that we never even thank on a broadcast or give two thoughts about when all this is going down. But it's a big old effort here at RCI, and we thank each and every one of you from the bottom of our hearts. But we do have the final championship standings queued up in the wings. I believe Ash Bibby is ready on the button, so we can truly see where everybody ended up come the checkered flag. Of course, SPHE Motorsport, we spoke to them just now, 318 points, followed by Odox Motorsport with 225. RCI Esports Blue, I promise this is not rigged, with 205 points. Alpha Simsport with 190.
Now they're thinking it.
Alpha Simsport 197, just 1 point ahead of Thomas Enger Sim Racing. That's how close this came down between two teams. Limitless Speed Drivers with 163, Rebound Racing with 151, Tire Sim Racing Esports Iberia with 120. Hymo still managed inside the top 10, Jesse, with 116 points. And McLeod Racing Team, we spoke to them earlier on the broadcast, both drivers today on that team with 110 points to their name, of course, rounding out the top 10. We then got Crazy Fly Racing again, joint tied with Small PP Racing, two very good teams at the start of the season that we loved to watch get fired up and get involved in the action. N&M competition, again, another team, what could have been tied with 99 points. So we've got a joint three-way tie for P11, essentially, Jesse, in this championship. Sim Brothers Racing, of course, with their last remaining entry on 96. Kawadi Motorsport team with 87. Of course, Porsche team Shumi Skins. Of course, farewell to those guys from the ACC community. It's been an honor having you here. Myself and Tom Bryant already mentioned in the World Tour chat for that one. They finished with 77. Luna Rossa Racing with 70. Geordie Suss Racing, 69. Absolute meme team. Finished on a meme score. Couldn't have written it. E1 Simsport with 67. And Steady Start Racing Blue after their end in the pit lane with 66 points. Rounds out your top 20 in Pro. Zazar Racing Team, again, another highlight of the season. The quintuple stint from Suzuka, 62 points from them. Simulation Esports with 50. Big jump down now to the next level Play Racing with 38. SRT Flat Engine Society, again, turned up to every round, put on a great show in a car that they might not have gelled with from the beginning with 32. Another Sim Brothers entry on 28. Across Europe Racing Team, again, spoke to those guys earlier. Joint 26th. With 26 points. Again, you couldn't have written that score. E1 Simsport tied with them also on 26. UA Amateurs X QVR with 24 points. Broken Bones Sim Racing with 21. And Rational Driving Brilliance with 15 points rounds out your top 30 in Pro. We then have Tire Sim Racing Esports Big Body Benz with 13. Spain Without the A with 10. Tire Sim Racing Esports J Squared with 5, and SR Esports with 0 points, and everybody else with a dash next to their name unfortunately signed out and will take no further part. And a third page there of extra drivers taking no further part. I just want to say quickly, in the gap between Pro and Silver, I'm not sure if Ash has got the Silver ones lined up in the wings. Kevin Boss with a gifted 5 memberships to the RCI crew. So Wushul, Jesse Lee, you've netted yourself a gifted membership to your own channel, essentially.
No! They gifted the manager. That's like giving Bill Gates Reddit gold. But I appreciate it anyway.
Nuke TRZ on the gifted as well. One Carillo and MN underscore. You've all netted a gifted membership from Kevin Boss. So keep that one very close to your hearts. Merry Christmas from Kevin Boss on that one. But again, whether you're just lurking in the background, we still appreciate each and every one of you on that one. Split 2 in the wings, I'm being told in my ear. Somebody's just got an email and wandered into the channel. Tom Bryant now with a gifted 5 RCI memberships. I'll let YouTube calculate who is winning those as we rattle down the silver order. Goat Racing Smoother Butter, again, commanding victory on that one, 309 points. The gifted memberships go to Manzo, Pendito, Bonachow, John Erasers netted one, and Grim Lilith as well. So a few long-time standing RCI members, and also a staff member in there as well. Connexus Motorsports with 199, followed very closely by Dropping the Hammer Racing, tied with RPMS Simsport. Again, loads of drivers on those rosters, regulars here at RCI. Scuderia Pepperoni Margarita on 182, Triwell Sim Racing on 179, Kaiju with 172. Then got Flying Hellfish, Taters, Heroes and Zeros on 162. Flying Hellfish, Spinala on 117. And then, of course, Kevin Boss with the Wheelie Slow Racing Team inside the top 10 with 112 points for their efforts. We then got Scuderia Pepperoni Diavola with 105 points. Flying Hellfish Safari with 92. Scuderia Pepperoni again with Capricosa with 91. Wheelbarrow Racing Team with 87. Blacksmith Racing joint tied with Onid Racing Simhound Rookies on 80 points apiece. Just 1 point behind Tri-State Racing, and then NS Racing behind them. Onid Racing again with 70 points, and ESW with 67 points rounds out your top 20 in silver. And now we've got Onid Racing Stronger.com with 65. Alpha Simsport, another entry there with 55. Lumeran Racing with 47. Kvetch Motorsports with 45. SRT High Latency Racing with 38, just 1 point behind again. The Green Team Racing with 37. Another point behind RK9 Motorsport Growlith with 36. And then an RK9 Motorsport RK9 with 32. Goat Racing, the opposite of smooth as butter, of course, rough as sandpaper with 27. And I'm going to call that AGA with 23 points. Rounds out your top 30 in silver. And of course, I believe one of the final pages coming up now. Emerzioni Scuderia Corsa with 23. ESW again with 19, tied with Dylan 48 Esports Purple on 19. I'm not going to attempt this, Jesse. The number 587, 34th with 11 points. And then we've got a joint tie between 3 teams, ESW, Dungleby, and ATS MS with 10. Sapphire, Simsport, Andretti with 7. Natural Summon Killers, Shankford with 6. And Valleys Motorsport Race Racing with 4. Rounds out top 40 in silver. And there's another page of sign-outs. There's 50 cars in the silver running. Triple R yet to score. Sim Seniors and Albanian Gang Racing. Everybody else, unfortunately, signed out of the season and will take no further part. There's even another page there of teams signed out, including Lasagna Racing, probably one of my favorite team names. Lots of food-themed names in Split 2 there. But, Jesse, I don't think we can say it much more than we already have. Fantastic season from beginning to end. You couldn't have asked for a better season, could you? Really, from a lot of these guys. 6 incidents in 6 hours for the final. You couldn't really write it, even if you tried. And fantastic championships up and down the order. And great to hear the likes of SPH Motorsport that said they will come back. So we've obviously done something right this season.
Yeah, the only thing that wasn't picturesque today was the weather. The racing was pretty immaculate for the most part. And ended up with a lot of hardware handed out to a lot of deserving drivers and teams. And some teams got the win that they deserved in the end. Some of them got the championships that they had earned. So Watkins Glen was the perfect finish to this season. It's the perfect way to end a lot of the major competition here at RCI for the year. The only remaining championship still going, of course, is Night Owl, which will be back next Saturday in this time place. And that, again, I think is either on the finale or is with a couple of races left to go either way. It's just been a brilliant year here at RCI. It's been my pleasure bringing you broadcasts. For those of you that don't know, I'm the broadcast director here, and I also do a lot of broadcasting and commentating and whatever I need to do. And moments like this, it makes it all worth it. And I couldn't do it without my ridiculously talented team. Ash Bibby behind the cameras for the majority of today, and Cormac Malloy, of course, helping us in the background some of the time throughout the championship. And John Dalton, you've been a great partner for me this year, and you've got us through a lot of broadcast. And it's not always been easy. It's not always easy or pretty, but you make it look it, and millions of other of our broadcasters that we have, and it wouldn't be fair to name some of them and not name all of them. So the entire broadcast department is on a completely different level. Without them, we couldn't bring you this action as well. The stewards are amazing. They explain things simplified so that our tiny broadcaster brains can understand them. They feed us information about things that are going on. They keep us in the loop and make us look smarter than we actually are. Same can be said for our broadcasters like Ash today as well. So there's that. The admin team, also huge for putting on events like this. It takes a village. The event managers for running the things. Big shout out to all of them. Everybody plays their part here. Drivers, teams, also, and our partners, of course, also included in that. And as we wind down here, just sort of reflecting on the year and how good of a year it's been for anybody who's donated or gifted subs or memberships or anything like that. You absolutely do not have to do that, but it is I'm so very thankful to have people that are willing to do that. You have no idea how much of the server cost that will help alleviate in 2024. It is such a huge weight off of some of our shoulders, and it's basically those donations from this year guarantee servers and events for a large portion of 2024 in some way. And that's all because of you. We don't ask for it. You do it anyway. And that's such a humbling experience to have. Like I said, it's my pleasure to be here for all of us, all of our partners, everybody who makes these things happen. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I couldn't ask for a better team to work with, not just my team, but all the other teams here as well. Doesn't matter what you do here at RCI. Doesn't matter if you watch the broadcast. As long as you enjoy yourself, that's all we're here to do. We appreciate your likes, subscribes, your donations, all that stuff is absolutely insane, the support that we get here. And here's looking to 2024. Unfortunately, I'm privy to some of the stuff we got planned, and I can't wait to get to January and beyond, especially knowing how early GT2 is coming.
Yeah, of course, the GT2 announcement came when we were on air this afternoon, of course, revealing the two Porsches involved in that pack as well. We know Nordschleifer is coming sometime next year, thanks to the very early leak from the Nürburgring team, and then confirmed by Kunos, as well as Misha Sharudin, with a kind of sneaky peek into his Instagram that kind of started the speculation just a few months ago. And yeah, just to echo on what Jesse has said, it's fantastic doing this. Whether you're lurking at the background, we love you for doing that just on your own. You don't have to, like we say, subscribe and gift memberships and donate, etc. We do it for the love of the community and for the passion of sim racing, really. And again, my journey at RCI, I couldn't have thanked a much better team along the way. It's been great being here, and here's to 2024, I guess, on that one. And if you do want to get involved with us here at RCI, of course, we are looking for vacancies all the time, whether you want to get involved with broadcasting, whether you want to get involved in commentating or stewarding. We can never have enough stewards, I'm always told. So there's a link down below to the Discord. Join in the Discord, have a scroll through, find the vacancies board, and have a look through, see if any of the roles suit you. Of course, full training will be provided. We won't just dump you in at the deep end, expect you to perform, and obviously coach you along the way as well. So get involved with the RCI family, and we look forward to having you maybe on board through 2024. But yeah, it's been a great season. By the way, go on.
Sorry to interrupt you. I do apologize. Jordan Daly also became a supporter of the RCI channel. One thing I will tell you on our end, on the broadcast end, 2024, I'm going to update a lot of the stuff. You're going to get new emotes. You're going to get different messages and stuff in chat about whenever you become a member. All that's going to be completely rearranged, and I will get that different messages over the winter break that we're going to take. But huge thank you to anybody who is still subbing at this late stage daily. Thank you so much. And John, back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it's fantastic to, again, be here for 2023 to 2024. And I can't wait to see what the year brings. Of course, we've got the iRacing events opening up. Again, sign-ups open tonight for the iRacing Daytona 2.4 hours. Treat it as a bit of fun or official practice for the official iRacing Daytona 24. And we are aware of the official iRacing 6-hour races happening at Long Beach on the same weekend. So we have slotted this in the afternoon to finish just over an hour before the 1800 UTC race. So if you do want to compete in both the iRacing events and the RCI event on that day, you can still do both. Of course, this Thursday as well, another iRacing event. I feel like I'm plugging this so much at the moment. But Formula 3 at Donington Park. Sign-up's still open for that one. It's a 45-minute race. Of course, we've got the AMS Automobilista 2 event on Monday. That's Nordschleife with GT3 cars. Mixed weather conditions. Tim Ireland has run a few test races, and parts of the track remain dry, while others are soaking wet. So a good old challenge there as well. So you don't have to own the DLC track. You can just join because, of course, Tim Ireland, the event admin, owns the track. So you just need to pretty much pick a car and join. So if you do want to get
the whole Nürburgring,
he owns the whole Nordschleife, including the old loop that is no longer used. I hear, rumor has it.
Wow.
Don't know how true, but apparently Tim Ireland owns the whole Nürburgring. So you heard it here first, folks, on RCI TV. But AMS2 on Monday, we are preparing, hopefully, a stream for that one as well on RCI TV. So join us for that. But I think for tonight, Jesse, it's getting late here in Europe. It's 11 p.m. in the UK. It's even later on the continent. So I think it's about time that we did say our goodbyes tonight. And it's been a fantastic season here with World Tour. It's been a fantastic 2023 as well. And I, for one, cannot wait for what 2024 is going to bring everyone. So be sure to stick around because RCI is going places and we want you all along for the ride. So thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts, from my heart, from Jesse's heart, and probably everybody else behind the scenes that we don't always hear from on the broadcast. We thank each and every one of you, right from your family, your friends, to your teams, to even your frozen pizzas, as Richard Benz mentioned earlier on. Weirdest mention we've ever had probably in an interview, but hey, every thanks helps. And we love each and every one of you. So from myself, John Dalton, from Jesse Lee alongside me, and from Ash Bibby behind the cameras, thank you very much for joining us for World Tour 2023. We hope to see you in 2024 for yet another season. Take care of yourselves. We hope you have a wonderful rest of the weekend, and we hope to see you once again here on RCI TV very soon. Take care.
Happy holidays.